Good evening, good night, morning, good afternoon, worldwide. We are the Titans. Hey, people, tonight, hot, you know. Hot. We'll land here while the phone kick off same time. Tonight, hot, man. Because I'm telling you something. We're going to have the Pnp Patriots. Yeah, that are Danishka Williams, Reverend Paul Blake, and an ex-VP. They're going to talk to me like within an hour. Plus, we have some beating for Andrew Holness tonight, you know. So we not ramp with them. Because Andrew shouldn't depend on the ballot. And the man still go around and do foolishness. By the way, brothers, even again, brothers.
Yeah, man. Blessings.
These people, they might go around with some little old boss where it cannot work. If you do the calculation, brother, foolishness, the man them attack, you know. And them still go around with this old boss. Like them want to trick Jamaica, it can't work, people. 100 bus, even if you put it at 48 seat, brothers. 100 bus could only move 4,800 at a time, right? If you say you move 328,000 kids, I mean, you take 100 bus and move them go to school. When school are like 7 o'clock, you move them from 6. Plus, if you put in the traffic stoplight and everything. Me never see a bus make 60 trip in a one day yet. One bus, round trip. Impossible. The man, them stupid, brother. You understand? Yeah, them stupid. And then Andrew Holness told me here talk about the Jeep. And 2011 when Portia come with Jeep. And he might talk about unemployment. 2011, brother. And you was the Prime Minister. Those give you, not Portia. Portia swearing people the 12th of January 2012. Be careful when you talk, Andrew Holness. Then you say your rates. You have to tax the people, them $30 billion out of tax fixed Jeep. You say you never raise no taxes, brother. He might contradict himself. The man for go away, you know. Where you say Byron? Him for go away, man.
Well, you see when you make up lies, right? You have to try to remember, right? The first lie that you have told. Because if he's going to speak about 2011, obviously he was the Prime Minister.
Yes.
But it goes to show you that the man is just a diabolical liar, right? That he's speaking and don't even realize that 2011 that he quoted, he was at the helm.
Yes.
Right? So it just goes to show you. You understand that when you are telling lies, you have to make that up, right? When you are speaking the truth, you don't have to make up anything or try to remember, because the truth is the truth. The truth is straight, you know.
Yes.
The truth is straight and narrow.
Yeah.
Right? But when you tell a lie, you have to remember. Try to remember. You understand the lie you told, right? And sometimes you're not going to get it right. It's worse if it's spanned between a long time, right? Then you have a muscle memory. You understand? You're going to struggle now to remember. You understand? What did you say to Melting Pot? You see what I deal with? And try to remember that. But I mean, if you have something solid and you are speaking the truth, and that really occurred, you understand? You don't have to remember. You're not going to remember. You're going to speak. You understand? As it relates to, you understand what happened. And so that is what caught up to Andrew Holness. And so many of these issues reflecting to the Jamaican people that this man is what we call a snake eyes salesman. This man is just a genuine liar, right? And he's very good at it. So one has to just be careful. The thing with social media is just that social media now is putting Andrew Holness on fact check. And that is now making him look so bad, because where the truth is concerned, right? Then he totally been reflecting, you understand, as who he is, as a liar, as a deceiver, right? Because social media, we can go back into social media, we can Google search and say, okay, all right, here it is. You say this, or here it is. This is recorded information, right? It didn't go that way. So particularly, for example, when you come out and you said, okay, all right, the People's National Party responsible for FinSAC. For example, now we can go into Google and show you that no, right? The People's National Party tried to fix the problem by creating FinSAC, which is the Financial Adjustment Company, right? To fix the 90s meltdown. You understand that engineered and executed by Dan Crawford and Edward Siaga that poisoned the entire banking system. So, you know, those lies will not, you know, keep up, particularly when you have us in social media, when you have a titans on social media, you understand, with the brains to research and you understand that deep dive skills and ability, you understand, to deep dive and put out the information to the people and let the people know the truth. And so this is the problem that Andrew Holness is having. And remember, I can guarantee him that he's going to get a landslide beaten. You understand? Because people know the truth. You understand that he's highly corrupted, right? He's a liar. You understand? He's the worst prime minister in the history of Jamaica and in the Caribbean, right? He deceived many Jamaicans and hurt many Jamaicans. And we are anticipating for him to put in the judiciary. I yield back for our next title.
Yes, Pat.
Yeah, man. Andrew, I live up to expectation, you know. Because when I'm going you in backward, them call him, you know. And right now, I'm backward. So, you know, I live up to expectation. You understand? Because Andrew knows so when him run out with certain things, the blatant lie them. Man of the wilderness are fucking fact check him, same time on the spot. You understand? And I just so know him cannot find himself comfortable. Because right away, him under the spotlight. Now when him run out and tell them lie there on the Jeep, yeah? Hey, that's so blatant in a way that, as Byron say, you know, him lie them, he can't remember them, you know, because the time span. But more that things are duckants on your mouth and your brain. Duckants. Shell out him brain. No retain the night, my brother. You understand? Because Mama P come rescue the entire population as it relates to work. Unemployment was high. Emergency. Yes. She have to put in place to rescue the youth them from the suffering where Andrew Holness and Bruce Bolin administration have them under. You understand? So when I talk about him spend 34 billion to repair Jeep and I use all the narrative from gearbox, engine, tire, and all them stupidness there. Man, find something to tell the people, man. Because time come with something sensible. Stop go around with them little gimmicks thing like your Professor Nuts. I be a lyrics Andrew a chat and I chat foolishness. Be a shit a come out of Andrew mouth. Andrew need to understand surround yourself a fact checking done in real time. Your line don't get to circulate through society. Because once a year around yourself slap it down with the hammer, you know it dead in the water. I yield back the floor to another member of the panel.
Yes, Pastor Mickey.
Yeah, man. Blessings, Father Lonesome, Lady Angie and the family. Mystic Sensation and the family, sir. Melting Pot and the family. Everyone in the channel, in the chat, blessings to you and your family. Well, the truth of the matter, the Prime Minister time is done. The writing is on the wall. It no matter how much more lie him tell. I mean, we have had enough till it overflow, spill over. The lies them just spill over. In time up. I mean, even a little infant now, cause we see video upon social media, even a little pitney them I say, oh, him lie. So I mean, everybody knows say I'm the lie of this thing right now, walking the face of Jamaica. And so the CARICOM heads of state, other Caribbean island nation, they know he's a pathological liar. People in his own party know he's a pathological liar. We in the social media space, we all know he's a pathological liar. So it's just that now the Jamaican people start wake up to the reality and the facts and the truth that I've been preaching for years, long before even me coming out of space. People now start realize everything they've been hearing on social media is the truth. And now in real time, when you can, while the Prime Minister is speaking at a speech, you can take up your cell phone and start fact check him immediately and say a lie, Mattel. You can nail him to the cross even before him finish him speech. So right now, the way me see it, as Marky G said, current leader Mark Golden said last night in East Portland, them said them want third term, but current leader said last night is a prison term them I get. I know current leader Mark Golden, a justice minister, former justice minister, a man who honor the Constitution and is guided by the rule of law. He going ensure say justice is served when the right time come. So the Prime Minister right now in 2025, he might run for stay out of prison. Because I'm see what Trump do in America. A federal judge say if Trump never win the election, Trump would have gone to prison. So him realize say is free ticket, him think it's a free ticket out is to run again. But him never Bobby Montague Agintai said, comrade leader Mark Golden had them beaten stick in my preke. I'm going 1 term, 2 term, 3 term, 4, and they go up to 5, 6, 10 term. But them never realize the caliber candidate. Them never face a candidate like comrade leader Mark Golden like this before. So right now, them a panic. So you see them a show the kitchen sink and say what go stick on the wall. Them try him skin color. Them try him Bertaism. Them try so much thing and nothing a stick. Nothing can stick on the man. So right now them in a panic mode and I just say that. If him tell lie till election day, him still have a lose. Back over to you.
All right, I could just start right away now because we're a special guest, but we could go and come at them before the guests them coming. We could start with you. About it. 1 a.m.
Start batting because you are going.
Yes, brother. All right. We could just jump into the game right away and start from Andrew Holness. We have to start from him. And by the way, Airbnb, you know, see the man them out to take for that too. From the people them. So you live a foreign and you have a house and you say you want to rent it for Airbnb. You know, see what them want to do. Them that try to pass something today.
Yeah.
The pop jar. For you know, if you register with them like you are in a hotel too, you know. And then you have to go face something. So I'm not talking about this, but Mark point it out. Sir Golden point it out and say, no, can't work. So that thing them suspend it for years, some little more thing. Yeah. But them go for pass, man. And they must get it passed, but them just suspend it till them have some more, you know, dialogue on it. You understand? Them man them terrible. Make we hear Andrew Holness.
The previous PNP 2011, the previous PNP administration bought a vehicle. They called the vehicle the Jamaica Emergency Employment Program. How many of you remember that vehicle? At that time, it was necessary to employ the Jeep, to buy it, because unemployment was over 13%.
People don't remember 2011 Blue Scheme. So him going at it. So he might tell you unemployment not 2011, you know. It's not PNP unemployment. You might go on like a fear, but continue.
In fact, youth unemployment was as high as between 30 and 35%. But that Jeep did not have an engine. The tires were punctured. The doors were falling off. And so it didn't go very far. It didn't go very far. When we took over 2016, we set about fixing the engine of the Jeep.
It is.
We reduced the oil pressure. We changed the tires. The radiator was overheating, causing whole heap of inflation and high debt. It had no brakes. Crime was running out of control. Every minute we have to carry it, go mechanic, and every time we go mechanic we have to pay, and that meant we had to do what? Put on more taxes on the people, almost $34 billion worth of taxes.
Remember, we were in that again. Remember, this is the man with no taxes, you know. But tell us, like what you come straight here.
Every minute we have to carry it, go mechanic, and every time we go mechanic we have to pay, and that meant we had to do what? Put on more taxes on the people, almost $34 billion worth of taxes to repair the Jeep.
Yeah.
We fixed the engine, we put in a proper gearbox, fix the radiator, make sure the oil pressure is stable. We don't have no leakage in the engine anymore, and you have a good driver. That driver carry you through COVID. That driver and
with all of the austerity measures and all that thing we do to the people. Remember, 5 in 4 are working better. Me have to stop him here, so because well, under brother, me have to stop him first before we continue. He must say so much we can't pass. So 2011, more you talk on that Tyron. I'm going to show you JIS. When it comes, I make you read this first before you talk. When you watch this. 2011 people, Portia Simpson Miller was not the Prime Minister. Down in 2011, now him get it. And he might tell you what him abused to, and he might tell you about the unemployment rate and things. That is them.
Yeah.
Not number P. So me can read this, what she do with Jeep. And by the way, me can show you how PNP move fast. So by the way, I'll put up this one and read it, right? JS. Me go to the source. Because we are fact checking, right? Look when Mama P swear in the 5th of January 2012. And by the March, she carried to cabinet already and put in the Jeep. And I want to read it. I'll show you what she do. And I'll show you the place or a town. Yeah? Him can't get about from where boy, you know. You have a fact check him and tell him the truth, brother. No fly man push on the space, you know, brother.
Yeah, man.
The man I put no fly in the space when I pass us. So voila. I go put up this. I go put up this. Because the man I lie, you know, brother. All right. This come up? It come up? Yes. All right, this is the Jeep. All right, who I read it? You read it? Watch this.
Jeep off with a blast.
All right, look on the date.
This is March 23, 2012.
All right, go through.
With the literal blast of a horn, Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller, on Thursday, March 22nd, officially launched the Jamaica Emergency Employment Program. During a ceremony at the Arcade Village Complex, Barbican Road, St. Andrew. The ceremony marked the start of the first phase of one of the government's employment creation initiatives, and will see some 5,000 persons being engaged in various types of job across the island in the first instance. Despite rainfall on the day commemorated globally as World Water Day, the launch attracted a large turnout, inclusive of past and current government ministers, prominent secretaries and other officials, as well as private sector stakeholders and residents of the surrounding communities. In delivering the keynote address, the Prime Minister, who said Jeep holds a special place in my heart, described the program as one of the most carefully constructed initiatives ever undertaken by any administration. It was fully discussed and approved at Cabinet. A ministry paper was tabled in Parliament, followed by extensive questioning on all aspects of program. I can assure the Jamaican people that under the leadership of Transport Works and Housing Minister, Honorable Dr. Omar Davis, and his team. Accountability, transparency, and efficiency will be the hallmarks in the management of this program, she stated. The Prime Minister said work to be undertaken will include, among other things, the cleaning, repairing, and construction of retaining walls. Additionally, she disclosed that phase 1 of the program will entail activities to be carried out on the Jamaica Development Infrastructures Program, routine maintenance program. This, she further informed, we will be undertaken in St. Catherine, Clarendon, Portland, St. Mary, and St. Anne. Pointing out that JEEP is intended to relieve the chronic unemployment situation in the short term, the Prime Minister showed that the administration is looking ahead in terms of the prospect for long-term job creation. In this regard, she informed that a number of persons who will be employed will have an opportunity to receive training through the Trust National Training Agency, pointing out that this will allow them to go into bigger things when they leave the JEEP. I have also instructed all ministers to carefully review the resources available in their ministries and departments to identify possible sub-projects through which additional employment can be created using labor-intensive methods. This will place me in a position during my upcoming budget presentation to provide a fuller picture of the next phase of JEEP, which will be implemented in 2012 to 2013 financial year, she added. In stressing that job creation is not sole remit of the government, the Prime Minister invited private sector stakeholders to follow suit by creating opportunities that can complement JEEP. She noted that some interests have already embarked on its undertaking and commended them for so doing. Ms. Simpson Miller urged persons who will be employed JEEP to conduct themselves professionally at all times and deliver a high standard of work, warning that anything less will not be tolerated. I mean, we get the picture, you know.
You come down and read the opposition. That one and then the other one. Got you.
Yeah, the officials of ministry will be going to inspect the areas where the work will be done, assesses the work. She said, pointing out that where shoddy work was undertaken or none carried out, then no payments would be made. Opposition spokesman on Transport and Works, Carl Samuda, in endorsing JEEP, contending that the opposition never have and never could object to an initiative by the government of Jamaica that will lead to the creation of jobs, especially for the poor and needy. And that is what Carl Samuda endorsing the program.
You know, everybody get money. Look at this, what you do. The program is implemented. Go through that.
Yes, so the program is implemented on phase basis, with the current phase running through to the end of 2011 to 2012 financial year, with the other phases to be implemented across financial years 2012, 14. All 63 members of parliament will be allocated $10 million to execute activities.
So it was a collect shortage of job and everything. And Portia, Portia similar come and she rush it like this. Meanwhile, the place popped down. I remember when I have the money, remember with the fault, you know. So she have put people in a work same time.
Yeah.
And she have run down to Washington now and a creep on me for put back the country. Yeah, get it back intact. Because destroy it. Andrew understand destroy it.
Exactly. But there are two fundamentals that you have to take from this.
Yes. Right?
And we're in this particular clip that Andrew Holness is critiquing the JEEP. Right? One would realize that Andrew Holness now shoot himself in the leg.
Of course.
Because now he's saying that he have to increase taxes, 34 billion.
Oh.
And that now came out of Andrew Holness' mouth. So then the narrative that Andrew Holness going around on platform saying that he has not raised any new taxes, right? Andrew Holness just self-inflict. Just self-inflict. Now, so that is one of the instances.
Yes.
Now, again, if the thing that we saying you understand, you can put it up on where people see it. The evidence, loan sum. That Portia Simpson took over 2012. So because he's a he's a diabolical liar. He didn't even realize that the year that he was pointed out, he was the prime minister.
That's it. So we're going to show them.
Show them. He was the prime minister. Portia Simpson took over 2012. If you pick it up, right?
Matter of fact, she's the 5th, 2012. See there?
Yeah. Right? See there?
2012.
Portia Simpson, 2012 to 2016.
Good.
Right, and see where Bruce Golding, 2007 to 2011, and the 2011 share between Bruce Golding and Andrew Holness.
Good.
So this again shows Jamaica people that you cannot trust this man.
No.
This man cannot be trusted point blank and period. Any opportunity, I always say that anytime Andrew Holness open his mouth, a lie is going to escape it. Right? And and you see, this is the beauty now of social media. Right? Because what if we didn't have social media in terms of a Google search, right? Or Yahoo search, or whatever search engine we want to use? We could have said, all right, let us Google search and find out who was the prime minister 2011, right? Then he would have gotten away with the lie.
Yes.
Right? And again, he coming out repeatedly, many times, saying that he has never raised taxes. But people, let us deal with the reality of the situation. 2012 to 2015. Portia Simpson operated a budget of over $600 billion. So, Lonesome, back me up with that.
Yes.
Over $600 billion.
Yes.
That was Portia Simpson's budget that Portia Simpson used that and run the country effectively.
Thank you.
Effectively.
Yes.
Now, Andrew Holness went in, right? Andrew Holness could not operate on that budget.
Nah.
Andrew Holness budget operate a budget of roughly about $1.2 to $1.3 trillion.
Yes, man. Yeah.
Simple means 100%.
Yeah,
double up the Portia Simpson budget.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying? And now let us look. In utilizing that budget for 9 years, let us ask the question: what Andrew Holness has done? Not one school built. Look at our healthcare. Right? Look at crime.
Yeah.
And all the PR from 9 years, utilizing a bigger budget expenditure than Portia Simpson. Right? And remember now, what people need to realize that, remember that when Portia Simpson took over the government, right? Remember that the economy was going down in the abyss as it relates to what had happened to Bruce Golding and the fallout with the IMF. Yes. Remember now, people, that Portia Simpson had to crawl on her knees, go and beg Maxine Walters to speak to IMF directors. You understand? So that we can have a seat at the table to have a conversation, because we didn't even have any money to pay our public sector. Nothing. Right? We were a flat line. This is what, right, we took over from the Jamaica Labour Party. And so then the struggle for Portia Simpson to build back that in 2012. I know, say, every time I think about this in terms of what the electorate has done Portia Simpson, my heart bleeds. Sure. Because I know very well, family, that Portia Simpson must take this to heart. To know in terms of what she had done, took the country over the out of the political abyss, and then to know that the very same electorate that Portia Simpson had fought for is the same electorate kick her to the curve. And regardless of, Portia Simpson was absent, you understand, from, our space and our time at this moment. And for me, I think that, that is one of the fundamental issues that, Portia Simpson has been very much broken because of what happened. And now here it is, after Portia Simpson built it, the quality of it all, and that's why we have to ensure that Andrew Holness face the judiciary. Andrew Holness had wiped out all the success that Portia Simpson had done. Andrew Holness brought back the country reverse the country at least 30 more years. And I am not joking. I am not exaggerating. This is the level of wickedness. Andrew Holness had decided that he was going to come in and create such, right? Such a destruction to the Jamaican people. And you know what? When I look and I see you have some Jamaica going out, the level of ignorance with, right? That these people don't even know their history. You understand? Don't even have the time to go back, right? With the access of information, the access to technology, do some Google search. And you have some of them win. Even when they know the truth, there's still element that they are going to support, you understand, the Jamaica Labour Party government, and you wonder why. Why is it? Are you, let me ask you a question. Don't you have the ability to compare and contrast? And again, the bedrock of my argument, right, for some of those who are speaking that PNP and JLP are one of a kind, tell me, tell the panel, tell Titans, what are the reasons that you can find to say that here are the similarities between PNP and JLP? Now, let me tell you the contrast. Let me give you the contrast. There is not one member from the People's National Party, not one member of parliament that has ever made any attempt to rob the education ministry. Not one Jamaica. Look, Jamaica, not one. I would want someone to come on the panel and tell me that, yes, you have one who had done that. Now let us back up. Between 1954 and as we speak, 2025, let us ask the question. How many People's National Party member of parliament has placed through the judiciary, found guilty, right, and sent to prison? How much? Let us ask ourselves the question. We are doing the contrast. Not one.
Not one.
Not one. Let us ask. When it comes on the JLP side, oh my God, from 1954 until now, right? You can count more than 11 of them. And remember, you know, the bang around with Andrew Holness won't put in the judiciary yet, you know. And remember the 10 illicit, because it's gone 10 now. You understand? Them not counting on what me are saying. They have not counted no people. So then let me ask, under what premise, under what basis that you are going to say that the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party are one of a kind? Anyone who has that mindset, them lick them damn head. You understand what I'm saying? Lick them head. And please, anyone who say, just tell them, go and do your research, and when you can find a People's National Party who had put through the judiciary, come back and speak to me. And I yield back for our next Titan.
Yes, Melting Pot.
Yeah, you know, we have to look on this guy, you know, as a serial destruction element in our society. Because Andrew no stop go around and, you know, cast me with them lie them. Yeah. But as Byron rightly said, you know, the struggle with Portia Simpson and the PNP administration had to undergo when she took over the office of the Prime Minister from the Bruce Golding, Andrew Holness led government. Yeah, that was in power all the way through 2011. Mama P come in, as we rightfully know, sworn in the 5th of January 2012. Now she took up all of this burden, you know. Because the man, they mash up the country, you know. I crawl, Mama P have to crawl on her knee.
Yes.
Yeah. crawl pan her knee, and all when she crawl pan her knee, she still have to get aid from within the American society. You understand? Yeah. So we have to understand carefully what Andrew Wallace had do. Andrew Wallace had played a chess game with politics. And them two things they're not supposed to mix up. Running a country is a serious game. Chess game is a pleasure game where anything goes. To run the country, you have to be serious with the country. This lying attitude that the Prime Minister have, it not gonna work. Because blatant lie I tell till him all forget say him and Bruce Golding did run the thing in 2011. You understand? But him thinks well then people around here have recollection of who was in at the time. And him come out and a spew a bag of lie. So we have to fact check him real time. They mash up the country. And Jamaican people should have been very much appreciative of Portia Simpson and our government at the time to take Jamaica out of the doldrum. Doldrum the country, you know. Nothing of the country broke. IMF the wife look for we because of them. Yeah, they miss a whole heap of them payment with IMF. So IMF give them the cold shoulder, and in so doing Jamaica felt the brunt of that. So when Mama P come in out, she have to go through all of them obstacles and clear them early and set back the thing and fast by March. She have to institute an emergency work program, a be unemployment out of Bruce Golding, Andrew Holness led government at the time. As him rightly state between 30
true
to
religion and
35%
justice,
of the
the
youth that were
safety,
unemployed.
honor, and happiness of the Queen, the public weal, peace.
Yeah, got you.
That is as a result of him and Bruce Golding mashing up the country. Andrew a thief the money from education from all them time there. You understand? Them have money at dash panel, some case where government not get involved in. Them are rogue. Whole of them are rogue. You understand? And the whole heap of thief in a go on from them time there. You know? I don't know them a mash up Jamaica, you know. It's not now these garbage are mash up the country financially because they're all criminals, as we rightfully know. Them have the blueprint from Eddie and them still are work with it. Them people are not have Jamaica interest at heart. I can't understand why ghetto people, enough of them are run behind them. Remember, you know, ghetto people are only be the brunt of them people austerity measure with them place pound, you know. The corruption are only face it, you know. I remember when them thief the money, I only have to pay back the money in high inflation and high tax. This is why you hear him talk about the 34 billion in a tax. You understand? Because him did it on a hard in our pocket. Mash up the place. When we say mash up the place, you know, the man mash up the place. Have the citizens them a run scared for them life as it relates to can't find money to do basic commodity. That not upon them table again, the food basket shrink down. Motorists a feel it, everybody a feel it. Up to a civil servant a feel it. So this guy are not good for Jamaica, man. And the fact that even at this pressure time, as it relates to the election period, the man still a use lie as a strategy in a campaign. Because I can't tell Jamaican people not more, you know. The electorate know exactly who them up against when it comes to Andrew Holness. Them know it's a pathological liar. Them know it's a hardcore criminal. Yeah, them know it's a man will try to mash up everybody's livelihood. Because we see them do it right now. Yeah, taxi man beware. Yeah, coaster man beware. Bread and breakfast, same one come in pan it. As for them no want black people if you have nothing to keep telling us that Andrew Holness government is a foreign investors government. Them tear up the people them go off.
Let me get sorry. Let me get a piece where you don't start about Portia Simpson, you know. Because when you don't start about it, Baron talk about it, we want the people them see it too, you know. You know, like them sister son, can you just start about
Yeah, man, put it up, man. Put it up, man.
militant Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller that defended the accomplishments of her government as she made her contribution to the 2015-2016 budget debate in Gordon House on Tuesday. The Prime Minister came armed with information, rubbishing the opposition claims that the government has done nothing to stabilize the economy or improve the standard of living for Jamaicans since assuming office in 2012. Mrs. Simpson Miller argues that her government made the tough decisions to transform the economy with the assistance of the IMF and restored international credibility.
It has been a tough journey. There were many times along the way when many persons became discouraged and wondered if we would ever see the top of the mountain. Today we can say that our economy has stabilized. The respect for our country by the international community has been restored. And our confidence is rising as we reap success. The big three agencies that rate the economies of the world, Standard & Poor's, Fitch and Moody's, have kept a close watch. They all agree that we have been meeting or surpassing our macroeconomic targets.
She also criticized the opposition for what she termed their doom and gloom campaign. Mrs. Simpson Miller insists there has been a marked difference since the PNP took over office from the JLP government in 2011.
A word to the wise. The Jamaican people are not fooled by the bluster of sound and fury signifying nothing.
She says the JLP's arguments that the economy isn't growing are unfounded.
The opposition continues to weave a tale that nothing is happening in the economy and that we are worse off. The highly influential Forbes magazine has named Jamaica as the best Caribbean country in which to do business.
The Prime Minister would, however, concede that the pace of growth is slow. However, she expressed full confidence in the government's economic reform program. Meanwhile, Mrs. Simpson Miller poured cold water on the opposition leader's dramatics. During his budget presentation last week, Mr. Holness carried food baskets to Parliament, which he used to demonstrate the rapidly dwindling spending power of the Jamaican populace.
My friend, the opposition leader resorted to theatrics by bringing 3 baskets to this debate. When I introduced the food basket to Parliament many years ago, it was not meant to poke fun at the plight of the Jamaican people. I feel the pain our people are facing, and I know the difficulties. It is real. People's pain should never be exploited for cheap theatrics and political grandstanding.
And she also had this to say.
My greatest concern, though, is that the items in his food baskets were imported. I would have preferred if I had seen yam, dasheen, plantain, banana, breadfruit, peanut, red peas. If we did not pass the 7 IMF test, there would be nothing in the basket except perhaps eucalyptus oil.
Tanika Thomas reporting for Scene Caribbean.
So you hear this? If she never passed them, you know. Remember them wreck the place. People remember the start to know. I'm just turn it over back to Pat. And them wreck the place. These are the same Andrew Holness where she take it from. Them come with the gloom and all kind of thing with them spend it not working Andrew Holness at 2025. But hey, you shouldn't even depend on the ballot. Continue, Pat.
Yeah, man, and we endorse at 100%. Him shouldn't depend on the ballot. But here's a guy now, yeah. We watch him style, 2015, him campaign pan lie. 2020, unpopular election him call. Nobody not ready feed. Pandemic period. Yeah. Call out the people in our frenzy. Yeah. And we know the result of that. What happened to many Jamaican soul. Yeah. But this guy want to come back now. For the same campaign strategy like 2015 with a bag of lie. You understand? Because we are beat him this time, him can't call out him warrior them, because him warrior them a chink. Them no good. Them can't manage the run here, so. So you notice, remember, when them win an election, them go in a parliament and call out them social media warrior. And say 85% of them in a parliament owe it to them warriors. And them call out them name and highlight them. Yeah. But we want him to do it this time. Because I'm up against the Titans and many more platforms. Yeah, so where am I come back with now? A bag of lie. I want to trick with people them. But we people them not fall for it. We people them make a mistake and them know, Them know the mistake they make. Because for long them a call for a woman prime minister and them get a damn good woman prime minister and Mama P. A woman will understand a mother's cry. Not like this garbage. You understand? Well, I'm going to say my best baby father for your idea. But not for mine, pick me and make pick to go school and eat food. I'm going for your idea, I'm the best baby father. Fuck. And them make Andrew use a bag of lie. And the throne Portia Simpson administration by one seat. As much as them tell the bag of lie, Yeah? So we are sure him say you can't come and play the game fair. Because no way. JLP supporters outnumber PNP supporters. Yeah? When PNP supporters up for the game, you can't win. So we are making know. Yeah? So the bag of lie where you run pan you now, and the bag of handout like your Santa Claus, and everything where we are see you run, I do like your mother and say fix this, I fix that, I give out this, I give. That now work. Yeah? And we soon have a style now, we want to start. Use taxpayers' money. A fund on the campaign. And we know that's illegal, That is illegal. You understand? So we are going to draw you up on that too. Because you are going with too much thing in our society now. You are going like you're the ultimate. You understand? But you are the most corrupted prime minister ever run the country. You are the thiefest prime minister ever coming out of space. You mash up God knows you're desecrated with all type of bangarang and shenanigans. You understand? Walk out and all them things. They have too much first achievement when are good for your resume. You understand? Your first achievement, them not good enough. Them not can of water. You suffocate the living hell out of the economy by misappropriating $3 trillion and your cronies them. Yeah. You draw down all some money, we have scrape money. All airport authority money. 12-year concession you take up front. And we don't see what you do with it. You run pan the biggest budget, but at the worthless budget that when Mama P use $600 billion. Jamaica nice. It under management. It get accreditation from Farms Magazine and all these things. Jamaica was listed as the best Caribbean country to do business, not by no local sector, but by overseas counterpart. You understand? And where you come and do the thing, they mash up the thing. No, everybody I run from Jamaica. No, them want to do no business in our country with corrupted leader, No investors do that. When you have corruption in your country, investors run away. And this is why right now, as we are speaking, the economy grind to a halt. And you have some little minions where you have to pay some money to come tell lie. Yeah? Some Henry Morgan guy. Yeah? Them a tell lie for you. Because there's no way you can know anything about where going to Jamaica because you did not complete the census. So you can't come tell me nothing. Anything where you tell me right now, we can't tell the people them say a blatant lie. Because you don't know nothing where going to the country. You run the country like a lappiest dog. That's why you can't know nothing about the country. That's why I did tell you say you're a dog. You understand? You're a dog for true. You run the country like it's a sardine thing you run. Russian thing. Because sardine never form part of the Russian. handout. You understand? I be a sardine thing around the country and that. So we want you to just leave the place, call the election. Call the election, cause much as you put up your nasty face on the ballot. Call it, make a wipe you out, because you can't win round a year right now. All them people reject you. Your own constituency reject you. The entire Labour right, them reject the party. Because them watch you mash up the party. Them watch you bring the party into disrepute week after week. 3-4 scandal every week or so now run it. Because of corruption and tie on itself amongst. And all you try to shuffle the deck, it not gonna work. And I yield back the floor to another member of the Titans.
Yes, Pastor Ricky.
Yeah, I agree. The Prime Minister, listen, Jesus called Satan when he was in heaven, he was Lucifer before he became Satan, the father of lies. And in the Jamaica space, the Prime Minister is the father of lies and the father of deception. Now, understand this. The Jamaica Labour Party from Siaga days to Bruce Golding and this criminal Prime Minister, they're all capitalists. Them not care nothing about the average person. Them care about the money making, the markets, and how to enriching themselves. So when you look at all the Airbnb situation, the resorts haven't been making money. The resorts have been depleting revenues. And so the Airbnb, because people don't want to stay in an all-inclusive, hooked up, and can't go out on the road and go take in the culture and the scenery and the music and go to the craft markets and the vendors. People want to go out because that's what Jamaica is known for. So the hotel with the all-inclusive thing, it kind of mash up the resorts. And so the Airbnb, you know, people love that because them can go out and go buy them thing and come back and cook it and go where them want to go without any restrictions. So when them try pass this bill today, it is to empower the resorts over the Airbnb owners, the small people like we were living at the diaspora and go buy house of Jamaica and turn it into Airbnb, and people in Jamaica that can afford to do that. But the capitalist mentality that this Prime Minister have demonstrated is coming back from Siaga days to empower the rich and the PSOJ and the well-connected. And the same thing happened during Bruce Golding era. And so when we see them neglect the economy, and the economy crashed and failed 14 IMF tests. And so when Mama P come and go to Washington, D.C. with Dr. Peter Phillips and speak to Yvette, a Jamaican descent congresswoman, and Charlie Wrangler and other in the black congressional black caucus in Washington, D.C., they saw the need to assist Jamaica because of the reputation of Jamaica. And they know that Jamaica is a friend of the United States. Just like, so the capitalist mentality now is not to care for the people. And so them not put, no, if you look at Norman Manley accomplishments, Michael Manley accomplishments, PJ Patterson accomplishments, Mama P accomplishments, they have built Jamaica for everybody, not just for a party, but every person that lives in Jamaica. We can't see right now what Siaga do. Lock down the factory, them fire the public sector workers. We don't see what Bruce Golding do, but get himself in a corruption and have to resign. And we have a bag of things what this Prime Minister do have to destroy Jamaica. So right now, when them come in 2016, for example, the dollar was 121 and some cents. Now the dollar is 161 to 1. So them put the dollar deflated or depreciated by $40. And every time the dollar deflated, it raised cost of living on services and goods. So when them say no new taxes, I lie them I tell, because every time goods and services increase, taxes that you have to pay along those goods and services is going to accumulate and increase. And so as a result, the people are burdened with, this is a tax and spend government. As everybody said, them raise the budget from 600 billion to 1.2 something trillion. And last year it was 1.3 trillion. And we don't see how the economy benefit. The year ended 2024 in a decline. Last year, the economy never grew. The second quarter was 0.20, flat line growth. Third quarter, minus 3.5%. And the fourth quarter was another decline, but yet them spend 1.3 billion. So it's a tax the people and a spend government that we have in Jamaica. And at the head of the government is a pathological liar and the master of deception. Hey, Mama P just said it, you know. He used theatrics, semantics, dramatics, and he used gimmicks and deceive the people with these things. And so we know who are fact check and we who do research and we who scrutinize every single word that come out of our mouth can determine that this man is a danger to Jamaica. He's an enemy of the state and a threat to the democracy of Jamaica. And that's why Jamaica, under the last 10 years, have no institution with them built. Under the last 10 years, he has not improved the life of the Jamaican people. Why? Because them are capitalists. Them are money-making market investors. I saw them live. Them live for the rich and the well-connected, not the average people. And so it's time that the Jamaica people start wake up and start come to the realization that they have been deceived. The man put on a Clark's last point and said, I'll get to youth is a star. But we see the austerity and the atrocities that them use the JCF for kill off over 160 youth. Well, we don't see have not gone in at them hand. Him come out and say, him young and him brilliant and him smart and him. It's one last point. This just come to my mind. You see, everything when I run out and attack Mama P with relentlessly in a 2015, it all backfire upon him. Can you hear what Mama P say in another clip there? Him said the economy now grow up. Nothing now go on. And at the same thing, everybody has said about him now. So the same thing that what him did I use to attack Mama P with. And the same thing I backfire upon him now. So right now, are the worst thing ever happened to Jamaica right now. But things Saga was the worst thing, but him are the worst thing. Back over to you.
No man, him are the lioness thing to and everything, you know. And by the way, Byron, me say somebody send me a picture. I don't know, I just move at the same time. Honest, I'm more honest. Do not send people to attack us. Them use your picture to, you know, Byron.
Yeah.
But tell me one now. And the first time attack me, you know. And when they attack me, I have to carpet bomb them. In a 2022, I mean, I will remind the people them this. You see, we run us so. We don't run us up in a hype. If more hype, go look at me same channel. They see me have cut ranks and them 9.8 million views. And we don't run down views on them things. They travel the world. We run us so different. But we have fight for our country. And you notice when they are poor out, we have to nobody say this and that. We just stand up to know what we believe in. It make we lose a lot of things. But you see, as long as we can free our country from Andrew Holness and him evil corrupted deal, are the greatest pleasure for us. Mark Golden is a man where me stand up with where them can't move. Because the first time, and the first me see them do this to me, you know. I'm going to show you some picture and remind you, know, right? In 2022, the first time, remember Mark Golden just going in 2020 November. And around February, so me interview him 2022. Because 21 November, that'll be 1 year. 1 year and just look a month. Nobody don't know about him. That time, Big Mama them have a plot. Who remember the plot? Brother, Big Mama them are evil, you know. Big Mama feel say, Andrew, they feel good because Agintai come and say, well, are the best thing with this ever happened to we. Who remember that Mystic and panel?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, Agintai said these things, right? And me interview Mark Golden. I'm going to show you something what them do to me, people. That's why I'm going to put them, my carpet back them. Who want to look on the street? And you want to read this. Because they come to me, you know, me reject them, right? Them start joke me same time. I'll show you two things. Watch your screen. Read that. And me that, you know, them put my head on body, you know. Read this. See three away and them have somebody else there, so. You recognize the three of them?
Yeah, man.
Peter Bunton.
Yes.
The Gensec.
Yeah. I mean.
And you, yeah.
Somebody else there, so. And with them serve yes or no? With them serve yes or?
We alone
some you are just another PNP moped. Well, let's face it. You have 140,000 subscribers who are rallying hard against the JLP, and your rhetoric is spreading. Chopper John, West, you dropped the ball, sir. Labor rights. Only too comfortable. You know, so
but I tell you, when we start, this is 2022. This after me interview Mark Golden, make sure me I carry Mark Golden from the show, and I see what I'm saying. After this, me collect for. Say me collect for. Come on, put that thing for me, people. Me in the wilderness. And the man them take me and put I'm a tough fuck. Them have a woman here talk me in my face. Look on this. Look who put up this. Look there. Stop follow Dayton. And then take me again. This are the disrespect for them, so them coming. I have a carpet bomb sheet too, you know. Wanna do it that good? Nobody. So when me stand up, because we believe in a Mark Golden, you know, see through everything and a surge and Golden, you know, son. What him doing though? And when me stand up, yeah, what them say they so. Are the minions, them run out for me, you know, people. And so the rhetoric spreading. Right? And them I watch, you know, them I watch me channel much at the time. Maybe over 200,000 now, but at the time 140,000 them say, right? And them said spreading. So them come out for me. And them say, sperm whale, West Palm sperm whale bank, drop the ball. And them say, labor right not too comfortable. See that? So the man in the wilderness are come for them. One man. When they don't, they better them can't make a mistake, boy, you know. Them time that me remember, we just interview Sir Mark Golden. All the woman there, when he looks at she talk me in my face. But for straight now, to you know, cover authority.
Karen Cross.
Straight now, crosses. See, I used to them put me up everybody, of course, because when them do them big mama now, come out. And him start say, who more popular after that, you know, who him say? Lisa, Anna, and this, and them and the people them want. So when I try to do is spin a monkey wrench, some people that believe in a big dirty thinking, mama. Me have to burn them up. I have to burn up some people too, you know. Yes. So I have to straighten them out and tell them, say, don't fall for the bait there. You remember, I have to straighten them for them out too. Yes. Me a real man in the wilderness, you know. You can't compare that. No, we not remember we are real soldier boy. What we do, it's there. It's there. When them to me spreading, you know, see nobody else at me them attack, you know. Not at 2022 when it has spread. But they are 2025 now. Cause me a clapper them and them say it's spreading, so them want to take me down. I am still here. I am the renegade, the man when afraid. Them put out police online and said some me send go look for him can get the king and face. Cause me I tell you the truth. Me send some of the police to lick him in face. Them not find him. Man, that's some other different thing. Come at chat tough. So we are use police to lick him in face. Him out harder. See? So I'm saying two threat to me. Cause I know say renegade not afraid. I'm not telling him the truth. I didn't go high too. Come and talk about yo, this or do all this. Like them can't frighten me, you know. See? So when we stand up, we not compare nothing at all. Why we so that way, you know? It's not about the handout and look no. Color, loan some no look color. Loan some do what's right, what for free that. When you go back and look on some video before that, before the pandemic, you hear me tell you say me I go free Jamaica from this, you know. I'm serious, you know. Andrew one of these things I couldn't come do it, come here and knock him. When they run up and down and I scatter now. So them take your head and them take me, you know, I put up on things. But we are PNP blogger, now we are investigative journalism, we do. Yes, investigative journalism. So if them a blogger, yeah, me have a carpet bomb them, brother. So I have to push up one or two, you know, because she call him a pumps. That one, yeah. You know that one there? She call him a pumps, you know. Yeah? And the people that say I want to shave. So she send back this to me, loan so me shave my pumps. A matter of fact, I will play it, I want to hear it. Remember, not my word. I call him her pumps. See? So, when name, remember play it, like him hear it. Not my word. I'm going to play this.
You see them lovely this government has done through my unrelenting efforts to get this done.
Minister Pumps.
What my Pumps Minister Bar say? Get this done. What my Pumps Minister Bar say? Get this done.
Hey, brother.
What my Pumps Minister Bar say? Get
One
this
more
done.
time.
What my Pumps Minister Bar say? Get
Minister Pumps.
What my Pumps Minister Bar say?
Good. So we know, say, him a Pumps. Him a Minister Pumps. Because him not no sense on there, you know. So we have a carpet bombing too. In the rush, see him there? Because him a Pumps, you know. Yes, we have to send him in back. See him there, him shave. Him shave today because we put him up back.
Right.
See? Yes, Byron. So when we set something wrong, we set it. And we don't have time for the foolishness, yeah? But them attack me before. And I see them come back and do it. Let me tell you, I'll be a carpet bomb. My carpet bomb them in a Byron.
Well, you know, when I look on that way, I found it, you know, one ludicrous and highly hypocritical.
Yes.
Because during the general election 2016 and 2020, right, that had given Andrew Holness, right, the win. He used social media.
Yes.
Right, he used the vloggers.
Yes.
And we all know that even in Parliament, Eli Clark, right, who is the organizer for those vloggers, right, stood in Parliament and said, well, as a result of the vloggers' performance, right, 85% of those in Parliament were elected through that process.
Yes.
So then, why you have problem now? All right, even if it is, you know, to say, all right, PNP have vloggers, then you are going to tell me that PNP don't have any right to have vloggers, and you have right to have vloggers, right? Number one, all what they are talking about PNP vloggers, you understand? We and the People's National Party have no such arrangement. We are just fighting for our country, right, as Manleyites, and realize the level of corruption. They admitted that they have vloggers.
Yes.
They admitted that they use their vloggers to propel them the win.
Of course.
You understand? Because of the propaganda that they sold. The problem that they have now is that their vloggers, right, we put them in the rear view mirror because their vloggers cannot survive as it relates to 2025 general election. They could have survived 2016 and 2020 based on the propaganda that they spread.
Yes.
Now we are talking about, right, the titans here and where, when they speak, they can't show evidence. And this is the contrast between them and us.
Of course.
Because when they speak, where is the evidence to support your information? Let me just give back a particular fact. So when you come out and you spread propaganda about FinSac, remember Prime Minister Andrew Holness that you have completed the investigation, you paid for the report. The report finished, the FinSac report finished. Then I mean, if you know it's a PNP, you understand, guilty of the 90s financial meltdown, why don't you reveal the evidence? Why don't you reveal the evidence? Why don't you use it to say, okay, all right, I am going to damage the PNP because PNP, you understand, responsible for the 90s financial meltdown. Why don't do it? You're now struggling in the pool, right? You're getting beaten down. You're getting kicking down. I mean, everywhere you go to have a meeting now, it's thin. Thin. Then you have them arsenal there. You have them ammunition there against PNP. Why you not release it? And not only the FinSac report. Okay. What happened to the Crawl report? If what we are saying and the Integrity Commission investigators are telling lie on you and all of that and blah, 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 why don't you reveal the Crawl report? Say now that, okay, all right, Jamaica, right? We have found that, you know, Mark Golding, right, and the People's National Party spreading propaganda on me and blaming me and all of that. You understand? And, you know, bad mind and bad mind. Show Jamaica. Show Jamaica the reason why we're bad mind. Release the trial report and show Jamaica, say, here it is, that all being said and done, right? They are telling lies on me. Here's the evidence. Why you don't do it? Why you don't do it? When you know making the mission, you understand, to deal with the Corruption Act, to remove the illicit enrichment that all politicians accountable. Come on. You are telling every single Jamaican that, yes, I am guilty. I have something to hide. Well, if you don't have anything to hide and a decent citizen, why you don't step aside and allow the investigation to proceed? And if you are, you understand, so-called transparent, when the Integrity Commission asks you, right, as it relates to your source of funds, why didn't you explain your source of funds? So then it goes now to me now to interrogate NCB and interrogate BOJ. Because if the Integrity Commission investigators cannot get the answers from you as it relates to your source of fund, did NCB get it? Did NCB get it? You're running $470 million through NCB, right? Did NCB, as it relates to Michael Leachin, query your source of funds? Because if the IC couldn't get it, then NCB can't get it either. And if NCB can't get it either, guilty. Number one, NCB, money laundering. Right? Money laundering. And then BOJ, of course, BOJ has the responsibility to have that oversight as it relates to banking sector and non-banking sector. So then BOJ, are you monitoring the report, hear the report by NCP? You didn't see those transactions flowing through? Eh? So then you tell us, right? And so then when you have now your vloggers, how can your vloggers defend you? Tell me, on any basis, or any one of your vloggers can defend you. Eh? They can't. They can't. It's like you're putting the entire Blue Mountain on them shoulder to carry when the Titan is here. Because we are going to probe, we are going to dig, we are going to expose you. You understand what I'm saying? We see how Darrell Vaz are carrying some old boss. A problem he might put himself in now. I tell him, you know, I want him. I tell him it's a problem. Him. Problem, man. And here why Darrell Vaz put himself in a problem. Because it's Darrell Vaz. Darrell Vaz is the JLP trigger of corruption, you know. Yes. Here why Darrell Vaz put himself in a problem. Darrell Vaz, right, had given the contract to who? The former FSC chief. You understand? Who? Realize SSL, you know. Darrell Vaz, you're messy. You're in a whole mess. You understand? So while we are talking about the buses and railway, blah, 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 now we are focusing on who you have given the contract to carry those buses, and that person was the very same person who had reissued the license to SSL, knowing that SSL was misappropriating investors' money. And then here you are, you understand, mixed up in a SSL. And not only that you mix up in a SSL, you are the person, right, who ensure that several GLP accounts, right, being protected under your guide. And so then investors' money be now dispatched in those GLP accounts. What happened to those money? What happened to the investors' money? And then now it pushed into NCB, and where NCB now have it disappear. Just like how they have all it disappear. Just like how NCB have Cash Plus disappear. And just like how you have Michael Leashin now, do what? Disappear. And I yield back for our next Titan.
All right, so we have look at us cam up right now. Hey, good evening. Good evening. So people, we have right now on screen the president of the Patriots, Pnp Patriots, Reverend Paul Blake. What are you doing, sir?
I'm not too bad, giving thanks, in the constituency of Southwest Hinton. Connectivity issue is a problem, so just juggling that.
Oh, you're just struggling up.
Yeah,
right,
but
so the first thing
we're good.
Yeah, the first thing we want you to do right now, right? We want you to introduce yourself to the audience, right? Because remember we have a lot of people in the diaspora all over the place at once. So introduce yourself to the audience, yes.
Yeah, so Paul Blake is the name, from Islington, St. Mary. Cape Town, so you should know. I am the president of the Patriots, the young professional affiliate of the PNP. We are the skill bank of the party, and we believe that we're the conscience of the party and stuff. Yeah, and I now currently serve in Manchester as a senior pastor for church. I have training in pediatric psychology and the works, and I want to big up my executive. I have 2 VP, Danishka Williams and Candice Ailes, Jensek Daval, Grant, and DGF's IB Conte and Fabian Rule. And so I want to big them up, and our treasurer Cashin, and I sat is our legal advisor, and Christopher Henry, our outgoing president.
Okay. All right, tell me something now. I want to play something as you're coming right now, because the government have the place right now upside down, and I want to play something and then I ask you some question here, because we're in the election season, and them should have called election by this. I don't know where we try we might try convince, but we can't convince somebody around here. We can play this with Peter Bunting, and then we're going to ask a question about this too. And the lies where the information minister give out, I think yesterday, and then we tried, day before. We can play this.
From the People's National Party Media Unit.
This is Senator Peter Bunting, opposition spokesperson on national security. The Ministry of Finance's sudden retraction of its own press release about the appointment of Dennis Chung as head of the Financial Investigations Division has raised more questions than answers. We were first told Mr. Chung was qualified, despite his public dismissal of the Integrity Commission's report on the Prime Minister. Then we learned the job description was altered to remove the law enforcement requirement, conveniently, because it's something Mr. Chung lacks. Now they claim the original candidate declined, so the criteria were changed to attract more applicants. But to my certain knowledge, I know that other highly qualified police officers, senior police officers, had applied for the post. Why weren't they offered the post when the first-ranked candidate declined? The truth is this appointment was engineered to install a hand-picked loyalist. And now the government is scrambling to cover its tracks. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. We demand answers from the Public Service Commission. Who sat on the interview panel? Who authorized the changes? How many qualified applicants were ignored? At a time when trust in our institutions is already fragile, this threatens to destroy confidence in our anti-corruption efforts. Dennis Chung must resign. Let's protect the integrity of the FID and Jamaica's fight against corruption.
All right, so you're taking the corruption and all this government's a lie, and what's your step towards this? Your vice. Come on, you're the Patriot vice out more, You know, you just come in and everything, but you know, this government man, it a mash up weight completely. So I will stand against corruption out here too, you know. You're taking
You know, a couple weeks ago, the gen said called me one Sunday night and he said, Rev, I want you to pray Monday morning when we go to Hero Circle. And I was tired because I had a day of church and I was like, boy, I made a plan to go out there, you know, but I must answer the call of my party and stuff. And one of the things that weighed on my heart was when I intercede for on the behalf of the country was that we are weighed down by corruption. And one of the things that we have to understand, everything rise and fall on leadership. And so if somebody in the camp is corrupt, the leader is aware of it, or the leader himself might be corrupt, right? And one of the things that we see is that there is a close friend of the Prime Minister who ride bicycle with him sometime, as we've seen in picture. A person who came out publicly when we were talking about the Prime Minister having 28 bank accounts and we were talking about how money was traveling and all of those and how charity money was buying stuff and stuff like that. And he came out and was asking, why do we need to investigate further? Why is the Integrity Commission sending this to the FID? And lo and behold, he becomes the head of the FID. Wow. It doesn't look like corruption. It is corruption. The very sight of it tells that it is corruption. And when they have to retract 3 times this week, they have to retract their press release that they send out. When persons would have been qualified for the job got turned down, have to go to a different country to get a job and stuff like that. And then you have a person who is not qualified getting the job because him and the Prime Minister ride bicycle together and him say, why boss, you don't want and we can't come defend there, you know. You don't want to give me a job or something like that. I think that's what Jamaican people are tired of. Is just the blatant disrespect for the Jamaican people, the blatant disrespect for good governance, and the disrespect for leadership with integrity and stuff like that. And I utter the same call that Senator Bunting utter, is that Dennis Strong must resign and should resign with immediate effect.
Okay, I see them doing some more dirty politics now, tearing down billboard and thing. I think Danishka Williams traveled that same fate. I just saw a thing with Wickham McNeil. I can play that when them go tear down his billboard also. I see them tear down Dr. in Montego Bay when the Dr.
Andre Orton.
Them do the same thing with him and them are moving. What are them doing this dirty thing with Danishka? You take on that because I see them know them get beaten, you know, but I see them behave for way. I mean, I wonder why the Prime Minister not tell them stop these things.
Is that intimidation tactics? It's bullyism. I think Omar Newell said that it is launched in St. Mary that, you know, flag and billboard can't vote. But it also send a message to our people that, boy, they can be intimidated if we do. And then you have leadership on the Jamaica Labour Party who are not speaking out against this. I see the mayor in Montego Bay is the one that is championing this, using people from the corporation to go out and do video and removing billboard and stuff like this. And then we right here in Southwest St. Ann, you have a bully named Xavier Main that run up and down, and every billboard that we put up, they tear down. Everywhere that he visits, they tear down. And we have a little thing now, if we go into the Gibraltar division, his councillor finds us anywhere we are and stuff like this. And this is what I want to also point out, that when Comrade Miranda spoke about war the other day, we're not talking about physical war where we are thump and fight and all of this. We're talking about the war of intimidation. And if I can go...
Make a play something with Dr. Campbell back in that, and then you finish the statement. Make a play this.
Following is a release from the People's National Party Media Unit.
This is Dr. Dayton Campbell, General Secretary of the People's National Party. I want to make it absolutely clear. The recent attacks on Miranda Wellington, our candidate for Southwest St. Elizabeth, are dishonest and deeply hypocritical. Dr. Wellington said, "We are prepared for war, and if a war, a war." That was not a threat. It was a metaphor, the kind used every day in political and public life. From the war on crime to ground wars in election, it's a way of expressing readiness, not violence. The Jamaica Labour Party knows this, but instead of addressing their own record of incitement, from Darrell Vaz to Desmond McKenzie and Everett Warmington, the JLP has a well-documented culture of inflammatory language and provocation. And while there was a belated apology on one single occasion from Mr. Warmington, the broader pattern of hostile behavior from within the JLP has never been meaningfully addressed by the party's leadership. Darrell Vaz in particular has been seen on multiple occasions, including Portland, St. Ann, and on the JLP annual conference stage, running his finger across his throat to indicate he planned to cut the throats of his opponents, who happen to be PNP members and supporters. The hypocrisy is not lost on the general public. Let's not forget, for months, our female candidates have faced real threats, intimidation, and disruption. Much of it carried out by operatives brought in from outside. These have been reported to the police high command and the political ombudsman. What we're seeing now is a calculated distraction. People's National Party remains committed to a political culture grounded in respect, fairness, and peaceful engagement. We will continue to support every candidate who enters the political arena with courage and conviction. Call on well-thinking Jamaicans to see through this charade and to stand up for the right of every candidate, especially our women, to defend themselves, speak with passion, and campaign without fear. Jamaica deserves better. Our politics must rise above double standards and weaponize outrage.
Visit our website.
Okay, I just see one of your VP came on, but she lag out back, must soon log in back, right? All right, so we're going to finish up with this, but let me just say something now, right? Before I just continue with you, right? Andrew Holness, I could just call on you, because you say when them go low, we go high. And I don't know what kind of high and low you do, because I saw you the other day at the same rally, Hero Circle. So Andrew Holness, I called on JLP. Nobody now really answer him. If go out and challenge the PNP. Andrew Holness do this. And then, by the way, he might pay some people to travel with him. And then, you hear them say them call people from outside. These people have 1 and 2 guys. And one of the guys will do this. Remember, so the police are looking for one here. So, things soon reach, you know. We now ask. Yes? IVP, good evening.
Hi, Wayne. Good evening.
How you doing? How you doing?
Good evening, everyone. Hi, Pnp Patriots President. Hey.
Yes.
Hi.
VP, well, finish by the president finish a statement, but could us make you introduce yourself to the panel and to the world now, please and thanks.
Okay, well, I'm Candice Hales. I'm from Manchester. I have a background in visual arts. I'm currently working in media and communications. My most important mission right now is working with Valentin Wint in Northeast Manchester and to bring home a victory for the PNP.
We know about that a million. All right, let me just make Pastor Blake just finish his sentence, his statement, and then I will just go to and explain it. Yes, Pastor, finish up.
Yeah, man. So I was saying that, you know, they don't understand language and they don't understand hearts and stuff like that. And so when they come and they're talking about, oh, Miranda is inciting violence and stuff like that. And you touch the point, Wayne, about when the Prime Minister call his members to come out to Hero Circle and to protest against badminism and to protest against us. It tells that Andrew is the weak leader, weak leadership. He is insecure. He doesn't trust his own stewardship. He can't even campaign on what they have done. They are going out about now and making promises as if they have been in opposition for the past 10 years. But what I want to say is that when you think about the PNP, we don't beat women, we don't ill-treat women, we protect our women because we believe, like what Tyrus Riley said, that she's royal. And I want them to know that the Patriots will stand resolute in protecting and supporting our female candidate. And I know the women's movement will do the same. But as you can see, my VP is a candidate, and we're going to be out there to protect them. And I want to send a strong message tonight that no intimidation tactics, nothing. And if I could quote David, when David went out to fight Goliath, David said, "You come with spear and javelin, but I come in the name of the Lord God of the armies of Israel." And so we stand resolute. And the PNP is a praying party. We are a God-fearing party. And we're sending a message to our candidates, or female candidates especially, that we have your back. We're going to protect you. We're going to fight for you. And if a war in the figurative sense they want, we're going to go there because we are blood and fire comrade, and we're going to fight to win the victory. Because we're wrestling not against flesh and blood, you know. But wrestling against principalities and if I get my statement, and demons in high places will have to come out of Jamaica House and get somebody else up there.
All right. Byron.
Yeah. Welcome again. Let me begin with Comrade Colilax and of course Comrade Blake. What I want to ask you, Comrade Blake, right, as it relates to in your constituency, right, for you to just tell us some of the pocketbook issues that your constituency is struggling with, right, and how your administration is going to change that trajectory in terms of offering that sort of political service and assistance to them.
Well, we're going to be here all night because Xavier hasn't really done nothing in Southwest St. Anne. And Danishka is in a meeting right now and she having connectivity issue, but she would speak more to it. But one of a lot of things that about 95% of the constituency is without running water in pipe. The roads are deplorable. When you think about him being the former junior minister, state minister in labor and social security, and there are a lot of persons here who are asking about part and stuff like that. What we find him doing and what he has done over the years is that when elections are around, he come and spend the money at the bar and do all of these, but there is no real development taking place. And so a lot of things that we plan to do, one of them, Comrade Walford, when he was in, he had drafted up a water plan. Comrade Ian Ailes came down and look at that and stuff like that. So we're looking to roll that out when we get back in power. And Danishka is the member of parliament. We're talking about youth development. There are a lot of youths in Southwest St. Anne. They don't have opportunities for job or opportunities to just empower themselves and improve themselves. In fact, when Walford was member of parliament, he had the Heart Training Center right there in Armadale in Alexandria. When Xavier came in, Xavier shut it down. And there are a lot of youths that are not getting the opportunities to learn a skill, to learn something. And so we're going to bring back training program. We're going to partner with Case and Heart to come in because Southwest St. Anne is a agriculture place. And so for them to come in and train young people into technologies, and because we see agriculture as a high-tech, high potential and high impact industry, and Southwest St. Anne can tap into that. There is no market. In fact, the market in K Valley is shut down. There's nothing that takes place. The market, there's no market in Alexandria. And so farmers have to travel as far as Brownstone, Coronation Market, and elsewhere to sell their produce. So we want to bring a vibe into Southwest. And you know, build markets so farmers can carry out their produce and stuff like that. When we talk about schools, it was Walford who changed out about 80% of the schools that were here from pit latrine to proper bathroom facilities and stuff. Some of the schools are under-resourced. They put in Jamaica, they're run down. They need resources. They need people who believe in education and stuff. And Danishka believes in that. And she's here to deliver. Again, there's a lot of issues, but those are some of the key points. And for 9 years, if anybody from Southwest Sentence is here, for 9 years that Xavier has been there, he has done nothing. And what we find now, people are saying, this is the first that they're seeing him at graduations. So he's going around to graduations. He's even repeating what Danishka says from the platform as his own speech these days, because they lack creativity, they lack vision, and I dare say they lack purpose. And why not bring in the party that has purpose and vision for the Jamaican people and the people of Southwest Centre?
So, well, good. I really love that. And you're showing with a lot of confidence. I really love that. But let me just ask one more question and then pass it on to another panelist. Our national debt, Mr. Blake, is roughly about $2.3 trillion. However, as it relates to the level of corruption through the process of nepotism, cronyism, skullduggery, right, we have seen that we have $3 trillion unaccounted for. Now, I know in terms of the way you sound, right, that of course you are going to own the seat for us. Not to be about that. You have to put that confidence out there. A next extra layer of protection is very important for the country to move forward. What is your position as it relates to voting and supporting an impeachment bill, and tell us why as it relates to your position?
I mean, I support an impeachment bill 150%. I know Bruce Golding was the one who took it to Parliament. Nothing happened with it. Comrade leader Mark Golding brought it back when the whole incident with George Wright, who should not have any business in the House of Parliament.
Should not.
And all of that. He brought it back to ensure that persons like that don't have that. What we see with also the impeachment, because a lot of members of Parliament, a lot of persons go around and do things and they get away with it. The country will have more confidence in a government that they know that can be held responsible and accountable. That if they do something that the consequences has to be felt. And that's my reason for supporting it, that the country will be confident in good governance. And I know that's something that we as a party is pushing, that when we get there, we're going to pass this bill. We're going to ensure it is legislated and enacted. And we're going to ensure that the country can have confidence in the government that they elect. And that will be the People's National Party, of course. But also that the diaspora and the international, the global world can continue to have confidence in Jamaica and invest in our country, because they know that they have good steward of the gift that they have been given. And we have proven it over the years when Portia, Simpson, Miller and Dr. Phillips were in, and they ran a tight ship and ensure that there were accountability and ensure that there were good governance and setting back the country on a good footing economically, and ensuring that this JLP government can now boast on that. And I'm glad that Nigel Clark would have given credit where credit is due and stuff like that, so that the world can have confidence in Jamaica, because Jamaica is really the place to live, to do business and to retire.
All right. Go relax. Let me just ask you a question, because I don't want to be, just passing over you like you're not here, right? I would presume that you have done several canvass, right, in your constituency. Tell us how confident you are as it relates to the People's National Party taking home that seat.
How constant I am?
How confident?
Oh, confident.
Yes.
All right. I am 100% confident, and why I'm saying this right now is that, and Wayne, you did a interview with Valentin Wins a few days ago.
Yeah.
Val has been on the ground. He is on the ground every day. His team is at it. His team is out in the field every day, and we're not taking anything lightly at this point. Comrade Wint is not taking anything lightly. The entire team has been in the field. We've been getting their information, and we think we're ready to take it home. Northeast Manchester is ready to come home to the PNP.
All right, so good. And I yield back to the next panel to ask questions.
Yes, I just want to say good night to our guests in the house tonight. Paul Blake Jr. Yeah, I mean, you know, the man who is leading the Patriots. Yeah, the arms of the People's National Party, the young, hard-knocking comrade. And I must also welcome our lioness in the house, Comrade Goldilocks.
All right.
Well, I mean, you know, I know the People's National Party have a lot to offer to Jamaican citizens right across the length and breadth of the island. Because, you know, the People's National Party have the brain. But I would just like to ask the, you know, incoming Member of Parliament for Southwest St. Ann. I just want to ask this question outside of agriculture. What other form of job creation the People's National Party have, you know, in store for the citizens of Southwest St. Ann?
Oh, so the incoming member of parliament is not online. She's not here tonight, but I am the executive assignee. So yes.
Well, I mean, you can answer on our behalf, you know. I know you know the blueprint as well.
Yeah, definitely, and I will share what I can share, you know, for reasons until the something. But one of the things that we have been looking at is really there are a lot of creative in Southwest St. Ann, and you know the party talks about the $1 billion fund towards creatives. We're talking about engineers. We're talking about those who do videoing, those who are a DJ and stuff like that, and those who are artists who paint, who draw and stuff, and even content creators. And you find there's a lot of a cohort of youth in Southwest St. Anne's that are unattached, and even if they do get a job in like say St. Anne's Bay or Ochi, is that they have to find a space there to live, because when you have to figure out the bus fare back and forth, is really just, you know, you're just working to go to work, to go back to work, and stuff like that. So we're thinking about creating a creative where in K Valley we have and the last Friday of every month we have like an open market, but you have creative in the area. They can come out, they can sell their products, they can do entertainments and stuff like that, and just build up vibes in K Valley and build back K Valley. Because K Valley don't just serve Southwest St. Ann, North Clarendon borders Southwest St. Ann there. So you get in other persons from other parishes, and then people drive through and stuff like that. So yeah.
Okay, one more other question. As it relates to tourism, I know that you know, the bigger merchants them have the tourism now, you know, at their disposal. Is there any idea in the pipeline as to trying to bring some of that tourism dollar to the local economy and the lower sector of, you know, micro people in the trade?
Yeah, definitely. We have been having conversation about community tourism in Southwest. If you know 9 Mile, we border Southeast right there. So person have to drive through to go to where Bob Marley is. We think about a Romaine Virgo is a product of Southwest St. Anne. So we're thinking about community tourism and ensuring that the US dollars come into the community. So while persons are driving to 9 Mile and stuff, we have been having that there. We're looking at the blueprint for that, and we're looking to recognize our reggae icons that are from the constituency, so that persons can learn about them and stuff like that, see where they grew up and all of those.
Okay. I mean,
So
that sound
we
good, and
share
I
Bob
mean,
Marley. We share Bob Marley with Southeast St. Anne. So we share that 9 Mile area. Um, one is on one side and one is on the other side.
Okay. Yes, Pat. Pat. All right, Pastor Ricky. I'm not a pastor here, you know. We have a pastor on the show here, so you know. Yes.
Power to the people. Power to the people. Good night, Reverend Blake. God bless you, and comrade Lady Goldilocks. Ladies before gentlemen. So let me bring the lady in the space. That's how we were. That's how Granny grew. So we can, you know,
that's right.
Granny would have spin in our grave if we ignore the lady first. But you know, I just want to say I stand with the ladies of the People's National Party. The woman, one of the champion is Dr. Angela Brownberg, who I watch in the parliament. Tough, rough, body, big, strong, and Nikisha Burchill, Senator Gabby on the Senate side, Attorney Stacy Knight, Dr. Janice Allen, all of the ladies. I stand with them, and Dr. Miranda Wellington against the intimidation of the Jamaica Labour Party. So just want you to know we're all praying and we stand and support you. And big up Jen Set for standing with Miranda. Comrade Goldilocks, I watched what's her name? Shamel, a young
Camille
comrade.
Brown, yeah.
Right. That she's on fire. And I watched her the first time she said she had the mic. I think it was in Southwest St. Anne 4 weeks ago. And she articulated very clearly the vision for the young people as a young person herself. For those who might not have seen that presentation, Comrade Goldilocks, could you share the People's National Party, not all of it, but some of the plans for the young people? Because this criminal enterprise, transnational Jamaica Labour Party, is spreading so much lies, diabolical, satanic, you know, demonic lies about the people. Young people don't follow the People's National Party, and that's a lie from the pit of hell. So, and then after that, I asked Reverend Blake my next question. So share with us some of the People's National Party for the young people, because they are the future, and we want to debunk this lie. So for those who don't know the plans for the young people, if you don't mind sharing some of them. Thank you.
All right, so because PNP has so many plans, I'm going to just name a few. But from the perspective I'm sitting or looking from, persons around me are getting married. Persons around me are starting families, they're having babies, they're buying houses, or at least they would like to. But with the plans that this current government have, I don't really see how young people can move forward with it. So here comes the PNP now, and the PNP is telling you that, look here, if you're interested in getting a home, you're able to get a grant for $500,000. That's not a loan, that's a grant. So you'd be able to use this grant to maybe move into your home. You'd be able to use the grant towards your mortgage payment. And there's also NHD benefits for public sector workers as well. There's a 3-month moratorium. So you'd be able to then use that money. You'd have to pay for 3 months. You use that money and maybe buy some furniture for your house. But the PNP is looking out for young people, and I don't see where the current government is doing that right now. Right now, as I said, we're having the current health minister is telling women to continue to have babies, right? Because we need to get the birth rate up. We need to have babies. But then we see this everything that's going on in the hospitals right now. You see what's happening with the dead babies, and he wants to lay that at the foot of the mothers. He wants the mothers to take responsibility for what's happening in our hospitals. It's not attractive to have children. And these are things that the PNP is looking into, trying to make social issues better for persons. Because one of the reasons our society is this way is because of social issues. So people's part, it's for the people. All of the policies are centered around the people.
Thank you so much. And I also like the plan for if the first person of family wants to go to college or university, that individual will go free, which is a blessing so that they can come back and make a contribution back to their family as well. So thank you so much. And I just asked that because there's so many people who don't know and people are being misled. So it's good that we can still articulate that and inform the people that the People's National Party cares about the young people and they have a great plan, because without a vision, the people perish. The vision for the People's National Party is to stimulate and cultivate and elevate young people. My brother, Reverend Blake, I heard you pray a lot because I watch the presentations. Even after I'm on some of these live, I go back and watch them. And I just love to hear you pray. And I can tell that, you're being led by the Holy Spirit. So I just want to ask you, I know that Comrade Leader Mark Golden is a political leader. He's not a spiritual leader. But you and I both know from reading the Word of God that God,
it's nice making some nice coming true. Yes.
I'm hearing it as well.
Yeah, that God, that prayer is the essential to every person's life. That we serve a God who hears and answers prayer. So I would like to ask you that what is your opinion that when the election is called and we know the date, that since you have the ears of Comrade Leader Mark Golden, and what do you think if you would go to him and ask him when the date is called to call 3 days of fasting and prayer in Jamaica for the comrades and the people of Jamaica, because this election is for the soul of Jamaica. And when you read 2 Chronicles chapter 20, and you saw when 3 different nations came to ambush King Jehoshaphat, he called a fast, he called prayer, and then he gave them the trump to worship. And we see the end result of how God allowed those 3 different nations, the enemies of King Jehoshaphat and the children of Israel, to be confused and turn on themselves and were defeated without a single sword. So the power of prayer and fasting. So what is your view on asking Comrade Leader Mark Golden? I know this is not in the realm of politics, but I'm deeply concerned about this because I do prayer on Thursdays on TikTok for Jamaica and the People's National Party. So what is your views of asking them to do it? Ask the nation to come together and pray for 3 days and fast. Thank you.
Well, let me say this, that the PNP has always been God-fearing.
Right.
I mean, as I said earlier, the GenSec was the one who called me and said, look here, we needed to pray at this protest. I did it in your circle. I did it at Old Harbour. We haven't had any more. And I'm sure I will be called upon on those many stops that we make tomorrow and Saturday along that bus tour to pray. Party leader has always call the church together. I think recently he had a meeting with the umbrella groups of churches and stuff. So I know if I go to him and I said, comrade leader, can we call the comrades to a 3-day of fasting? He will say yes without delay. I think he understands the depth of the spiritual battle that we're in. I think you understand the need for rescuing that Jamaica needs, not just the physical rescuing, but the spiritual rescuing. I think you understand the reassurance that Jamaica also need. And I think like Esther, who had a Naaman who had to tell her to go and fast, so that when the enemy his Naaman, sorry, that when
Amen.
the
Yeah.
when the enemy comes, when he comes with his tactics, we have already been equipped, and I use the word, we have already been equipped for war, and we're ready to go into battle, and we're ready to win the battle, and King Solomon, the writer of Chronicles says that if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and seek my face, turn from their wicked ways and pray, then I will hear from heaven and heal the land. Just know that we're going to this election as believers. I think a lot of Christians have come out for this because they understand what is at risk. I have always been chastised by others. You shouldn't be in politics as a pastor and stuff like that. But when I look at the history of Jamaica, when I look at where we are, emancipation that took place, it was the church that went and fought for emancipation. Independence that took place, it is the church that went and fought for independence. When you look at our national heroes, all of them were God-fearing people serving in their respective churches, and I think I have a mandate to stand for a cause and to stand with the people of Jamaica and to let my light so shine. And so, yeah, we that's definitely a conversation that we can have, and I know that it will be forthcoming.
Yeah, man. Big up Jen Seka. I'm always a preacher. I love you when you preach.
Yeah, man. No worry yourself, man. I so ordained him in my church as a lay minister. No worry yourself, man.
Where your church is in Manchester, and whenever I come to Jamaica, what's the name of the church?
It's Grace Community Fellowship. We're located in South Manchester.
Okay.
So Comrade Peter Bunting is my member of parliament. I don't know anybody else over there. And nobody else can come and speak from my pulpit to anything else. So yeah.
Well, that's our come for fellowship, man. Break.
Yes, man. Yes, man.
All right, blessings. Thank you so much. I'll turn it back over to Father Lonesome.
All right, yes, man. Enough thanks, enough blessing. Before you wrap up, I want to say something to you. I thank God that you're in Manchester, because the Labour have a gunman passed over there with charge, with gun and all kind of things. All right, we must spread them things. When I'm calling, we know him as gunman pastor, where him move over and think him and the next pastor war all the time.
You have some work called,
Randall. I think I ran
work called.
Yes.
You have some work called and some who force the call.
No. That one do I tell my name Rodell, I give him thing for drink. You know that one? Say my prophet. Randall or something. Gunman pastor in there. Gunman pastor. Yeah, gunman pastor. Them never charge him, you know. I'm sure it more than one time. I mean, know him there prison. But him down there can't people. This is a labor. I'm a matter of fact, me see him in politics big time. So don't make them tell you, say, you know, come and serve Jamaica right and do the best for Jamaica. A good move. This is a great move, yeah? But we have gunman pastor. A good thing you are there, God put you there for balance that out. Because I'm a demon, you know. We talk straight on here. We talk straight. Yeah, now, come here, and Sir Paul Blake, you know, if you have your back again, before the election. But thanks for having you people. And we're going to have you back.
Man.
Remember, we run here, the Titans, have you people back. 100%. Yeah?
Blessings.
Blessings. God bless you. And victory shall be ours in Jesus' name.
Yes. We just said as if, right? Andrew Holness will have to restore, morals, and trust. We have to restore everything back in Jamaica. Right now, it's not good. You can't have a leader of a country, even if you're a gunman, them want a back road or do something. When you look on the ultimate leader for your country, you can't have a leader with 28 bank account, 400 million run through it. You can't tell where you get the money from. Your wife a build $800 million apartment. I remember you're born poor. You build big house and then come sing say. When sing say again,
belly
full.
Belly full, but yes, in belly full. And all kind of little foolishness.
This hungry man is an angry man.
No morals. No morals. Thanks for having you people. Yeah?
Yeah, man. Thanks for having us and keep up the good work.
Yes.
Blessing.
And by the way, I see your aunt, she'll big you up in the chat, Because
yeah, man, she watch every week, Every time somebody talk about me online, she put in a family group. Big up and
all right. Respect here.
Yeah, man. Blessings. Honor.
God bless you. Be safe.
Bless her. Yes, man. All right. Yeah, man. Lovely, man. May I tell you, Andrew Holness, so when I get a real whopping from the PNP around here, so you send out the minions, and when you get very upset, we give you a carpet bombing. I'm going to hold back nothing. And thank God we are going to this place. Where I say, Chris, thank God we are in this place that we can hold you and fact check you because you lie bad. Make a play that thing, now, brother, fast. Because Andrew Holness, these people overseas, don't own a house in Jamaica. I want to look at Airbnb. Me have a tape where the guy Apocalypse, right? Did I say I'm a tax, Them for tax Airbnb. Me have the tape some about that. Now see them carry it in them for true and I try tax everybody. Right? These people, all when them know so they're gonna lose. Because we're gonna reverse that if them put it in, Them still a try for her to know. That's why vote them out. Them to go away. Watch this.
A new tourism bill aimed at modernizing Jamaica's tourism framework was passed in Parliament yesterday, but it has triggered criticism from the opposition who claim the legislation could harm small players in the industry, including Airbnb hosts. Raymond Morrison has the latest.
The 70-year-old Jamaica Tourist Board Act is being repealed and replaced, with the government arguing that the updated legislation brings the industry in line with the modern realities.
All tourist enterprises will now be required to be registered. Additional.
I'm not saying, brother, it's not going so when I like require now to register. That are the word, right? They say no. You hear this, Byron?
Yeah.
And Pastor Ricky. They this all Airbnb. You might have go up on board and think, but you will want now. Hear this. Even the crafting, everything.
Government arguing that the updated legislation brings the industry in line with the modern realities.
All tourist enterprises will now be required to be registered. Additionally, the following tourism enterprises must also obtain a license to operate from the Tourist Board. 1. Tourist accommodations. 2. Tourist attractions. 3.
Up to tourist, I mean, I tell you. So even the river where they carry them pan, any tourist attraction, if you have a little park and them that you have to register with the tourist. Hey, I'm an evil, Them man have to go away, Continue.
Domestic tour services and
domestic, brother. Tour services. Domestic. Continue.
4. Ground transportation services. So, Mr. Speaker, the new pieces of legislation, therefore, will repeal the River Rafting Act of 1970 and the following regulations and orders.
Under the new bill, certain tourism-related businesses, including tour guides, craft traders, and places of interest, must be registered with the Jamaica Tourist Board. But
even if you're tour guide and them thing, you have to register with the Jamaica Tourist Board, you know. Them a look for tax everybody, you know. Hey, and them not right up them for go away.
But the opposition says it could sweep up others too, including Airbnb hosts.
But to pass something like this is wrong, given how far-reaching the implications are. So I'm urging time for the consultation and for those who are being affected. I hear you saying you consult, but may I tell you, me know the majority of people who run Airbnb don't know nothing about this. Or the first time them I hear about this. I could just call it plain. First time them I hear about this. Give it time, don't rush it. Don't create a liability and put people in a... No, you say it's not for Airbnb, but people who are operating what you call domestic tourism. They're caught within it.
Opposition leader Mark Golden also accused Tourism Minister Edmund Bartlett of sidelining stakeholders and rushing the passing of the bill.
I note the definition of tourism accommodation, and it means any facility or premises offering lodging or sleeping accommodation to any tourist or domestic tourist for hire or reward of any kind, including and it says a villa or an apartment, for example. So clearly, this would encompass what we describe as the Airbnb type accommodation. And certain consequences of matters arise from this, because it is bringing within the scope of this regulatory regime what we know has evolved to be a major part of the tourism industry. But are they ready to be regulated in this way?
But Minister Bartlett dismissed the claims, insisting that the bill is not designed to target Airbnb hosts.
Focus has been on Airbnb, and it's unfair to say that.
You hear him? You hear man fearing himself? He's saying full too. Continue.
Simply because Airbnb is not unstructured. Airbnb operates on platforms that are highly...
You never register like that. Someone said, if someone idiot, we lie attack to him, you know, and him come with him foolishness.
Structured, for which certain requirements are made, for which they must comply, failing which they will never be on those platforms.
We're not talking about platform. You got to register with the tourist board and pay them taxes and do things. You draw money from them because me have something where them are cost, you know, them are talking, so them are make money. Them have to get some money from them. Yeah?
So within its own self, there is that regulatory. And the discussions are not about them and rates per se. Yeah, the discussion is about how do we ensure destination assurance.
Minister Bartlett went on to explain that the new legislation marks a step towards greater accountability in structuring the tourism sector. But the opposition insists more consultation is needed. The tourism minister agreed to suspend the debate to allow for a broader consensus.
So suspend the debate. I know them say them pass, suspend. So you get the foolishness, Byron. You tell this, hey, them wicked way, you know. This are evilness, you know. Because I hear the land, you know, I said them I make money from this, them I start tax them. Him have a tape out there.
Yeah.
You know, you have Queenie, they don't talk about Portmore, what them do for us win. Then you see them go do the same thing. This is an evil government, brother. We're dying to see the back of them, you know. Man, just call the election. You take by right.
Well, basically, we have to define it for the people. This is what you define as what you call crony capitalism. And when you have a government, right, executing crony capitalism in terms of drafting policies so that it benefit the few. Now, what this is defined as is the broadening of the tax net. Directly, not to be about it. But the way they want to fashion it, right? And the way they want to pull certain narrative or pull the holes over people's eyes. The fact of the matter, right? They extended in terms of the registration for those people who they are going to now pull into that, right? It is simply broadening the tax net for the Jamaica Labour Party. And the funniest thing about this, right? When Nigel Clark departed, right? Remember that we have a budget shortfall, right? That was not, sorted out. Nigel Clark had departed and did not resolve that. And so then what caused the budget shortfall? Remember, corporate taxes. And this is why I have a problem with that, because the government shield these people, right, within the bubbles, right, the capitalists, in terms of not collecting the government revenues. And where that, in extension, created budget shortfall as it relates to corporate taxes that were not collected. And you know that Big Mama, you understand, other hotels, major hotels, some of these prominent chain of hotels, right, really incorporate into that in terms of not paying their fair share of taxes. So then while these big corporate companies getting away, right, in terms of robbing the government revenues because the government is so kind to them, right, not enforcing the laws to collect the government revenues, right, which can now in turn, in terms of, assist with social programs and so forth and so forth and so forth. And there it is as it relates to our healthcare, right, dilapidated and so forth, right? Not collecting all these taxes affect these issues because the government need the much needed revenues. So then, here it is, when we look on the tourism sector, right? We want what we call, a tourism sector that serves the common man. An all-inclusive policy that bind within the tourism, particularly the major hotels, right? They are now selling the craft. They are now doing everything. So when the guests travel, right, most of the money that the travelers paid as it relates to the guests, right, they're booked from agency outside of Jamaica. So then Jamaica is not getting the full strength of that money. Remember that most of the companies, right, that own these hotels in Jamaica, right, they operate, right, from outside in terms of booking agency and so forth. So that money don't really circulate in Jamaica, It don't really circulate, right? So even although you hear that the hotel might make 4.8 billion and blah, 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 how much Jamaica get out of that? Because the bottom line, you understand, most of these money pay outside of Jamaica, right, for the traveling guest who is utilizing, right, the accommodation as it relates to the hotels and so forth. But how does the common man, you understand, that the hotel extended in terms of we share the hotel cake or we share the tourism pie? The tourism pie cannot be shared evenly when you have an all-inclusive, where the guests are not allowed to, right, go out and they're diverted to respective areas so that it feeds into crony capitalism, right? The bubbles, so that they make all or majority of the tourism pie. What am I saying? So let me break it down in small pieces. It simply means that, for example, the craft market in a Montego Bay, right? You may have a couple craft market. But if you have the guests who are traveling, right? And most of them said 85 to 90% of them stay inside of the hotel because the hotel is now providing, you understand, most of what they would want to look for, like t-shirt, craft. The hotel has sell that they compete with the local craftsmen. The local craftsmen, they are not going to make any money. And remember, they have to pay rent for the shops, right? So then the rich part of the tourism pie, they are not tasting it at all, right? Because the hotel is now competing with those local craft vendors, right? Taking their share. And here now how the thing get greedy now and how vicious, you understand, the ballot board is. How vicious he is. Want to craft policies, When that is not enough in terms of all-inclusive, that robbing, you understand, the local craft people. He is now saying, okay, all right, for those people who have them Airbnb, sorry, you understand, and other dealing with, you know, that external thing that have to do with tourism or connected with tourism, you understand, they have to be registered, they have to be taxed. So the government now is lining up, you know, you understand, to tax all of these small people. You understand? So then this is how the Andrew Holness administration averaging, right, the economy, as it relates to suppressing, right, the local craft people and the small business people who can make a buck. You understand? The crony capitalism control, you understand, the tourism pie, and they hardly want to share it. So they want to keep in everything, right, for themselves. And now they are the ones who the government is now, you know, overlooking them not to pay, you understand, the much needed revenues, right, if they pay any at all. If you go back and see now as it relates to how much they hold, right, it's a crying shame in terms of how much they owe the government. And at the same time, the government passing laws, you understand, to even reduce that debt threshold. You understand? Big Mama get 10 write-off. You understand? So this Jamaica Labour Party government, right, has nothing to do in terms of moving the country forward, building the nation, you understand, and we create what we call equilibrium. You understand, where people, you know, benefit, you understand, from tourism. So the tourism pie is not sharing the wheel of it ought to be shared as it relates to all-inclusive. If you look in other countries like Barbados, Cayman and Rare, blah, 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 they're travelers who are traveling to their hotels. They go on the road, they purchase from the local people, and you understand, no problem. As a matter of fact, the culture, the hotel culture in Jamaica, you understand, they are giving the narrative that outside is not safe. They are telling the guests that outside is not safe so that the guests may not go out and spend with the local men. You understand? It's just, as we call it, crony capitalism. It's just wicked. You understand? And it's vicious. You know, it is just time come. You understand? We can't take any more of it. Time come.
True.
You know, and I yield back for the next Titan.
Yes, melting pot. As I said before, you know, melting pot. As I said before, whatever audio with the same guy Apocalypse, Delano see right. I said them are make enough money and them are tax them. Now them come in to really tax the people. Them are going like them are stay in the government forever and better.
Yes.
For them money, them not help the people. Them, you know, them are just line them pocket them the things them with them have to take it back from them. Not for the things them with them thief. Yes, melting pot.
Yeah, this is why we call for a clean sweep. 63 and 0. Yeah, and I mean, Jamaica people have to realize, you know, say Andrew Holness government is a foreign investment government. If you're not foreign, I'm not look for you. But them have a problem, you know, with the hotel sector. Because remember, when you're a liar and thief, you know, you make things start disintegrate from around you, you know. Exactly. Yeah, and your vision where you have, just put a spanner in the works. Because here it is, them create a dynasty within the hotel sector. These big boys and the government in partnership. Yeah, and them try to incorporate a certain lifestyle within the hotel sector. Because they think that these people spending power will, you know, cover everything and give them what they want. So when the ordinary people who don't fit into that lifestyle category come to Jamaica and get the experience of how the hotel are run, the people them don't want it no more. The nastiness we are going to the hotel are eating to talk about. The unregulated behavior we in the hotel, and that is nastiness your lollipop you have to talk about. You man big mouth Acropolis. You understand? Because cocaine, decent people, them family no want that, no want the smell of that. The lifestyle as it relates to same sitting under this and that, as it relates to sex, people don't want to see that. You understand?
True.
The next thing what them have is that now some new behavior pattern as it relates to molestation that are going big in the hotel in Jamaica and them keep it on the wraps. But it stink in the hotel. People go there know about it. You understand? But my problem is even far-fetched than what them create for themselves. I look on the amount of people this government have in the country, I work and I operate tax-free. We see all the women just bring in some bus, duty-free.
Right.
You understand? The Chinese, them there over 200,000 are paying no tax. Over 50,000 Asian they are still have for them tax depend concession too. You understand? Yeah. So what we are look on is a government that don't have the common Jamaican citizen in them heart. Them use the common people as slave. Andrew is a slave master. Modern day slave master. The Labour Party practice modern day slave master. Because remember Joshua tell us them are yo-yo, you know. Them are the cliques. And them are friends. Them associate with the cliques. And so them become the yo-yo of the cliques. We see it play out. All right. When you have Airbnb, yeah, in England they will call it bread and breakfast. You understand? But at the same thing.
Yeah.
You have a house, you know. So for instance, all Wimbledon, you know. Government have beg you, because them not have no accommodation. The influx of people are come decent people, family-oriented people. Them want a space where them can do them own catering, self-catering. You understand? Some people going out and no want that. So there are choice and varieties that comes into life. You have people that come with them family, them want to do them own cooking. So them deal with that, you know, bread and breakfast, yeah, self-contained structure, where them can do them thing, yeah. Now, that now make money circulate in the local economy, you know, because these people have to shop. These people come for that period of time, them join in the society, and that foreign currency circulate within the society, and so it helped Tom, Dick, and Harry along the chain event. Not that this money where them want, where the car tax them a run off, you know. As Byron right, let's see how many people know it, you know. The vast amount of tourist dollar don't come at Jamaica. Because it not run by state nor by diaspora member. Yeah? We not no Jamaican consortium where them get no part of the hotel to run. So now them start to, you know, come out now upon the little ordinary man. Sometimes maybe I'll 3-4 booking him might get for the year, you know.
Yeah.
And I like him constantly book, you know. Yet him a paying property tax. You understand? But because him have a little nice place and me get 1 and 2 visitor turn up a year time and him make a money, you can't classify it because them not gonna book all year round. You understand? It's just when them people come, them come in that space there. And that help grow the local economy. The local economy must benefit from the tourist dollar. And in so, the guests them must have an experience at Jamaica. You can't come and just in a concrete jungle amongst foreigners. You don't come at Jamaica. You have to venture outside into the nook and cranny in a Jamaica. Then you come at Jamaica. You have to come destinate in a concrete jungle where corruption and nastiness and Sodom and Gomorrah I run down the hedonism 1, 2 and the whole of them. After them lifestyle of living. Decent people, them family. A man and him wife, the one them that bangarang living. You bring a nice wife and come at Jamaica, and when you itch up in a one little concrete jungle, you smell cocaine. You see some junking man and knock down people door. Yeah? When you look, you can't see no Jamaican round you. Yeah? You can't see none. Cause the little beach line where they do them lock up that. So them want all of the cake for themselves. And we are saying that the cake cannot be sharing with these people continuously. There comes a point when the cake have to start share with the lower class people in our society. How these people will ever rise? These people cannot rise. I think as tourists, you know, tourism farm out a craft. Yeah, it farm out a culture. It not farm out of this big sky high rising concrete jungle on have, you know. And a sky high building people come at Jamaica for, you know. Them come for what we have. Good weather, culture and food. Lifestyle, them come for Jamaican lifestyle. Not no foreigner lifestyle we want to have in our system. The people are tired of that. People want can come at Jamaica and stone love and play around the soccer. Them used to stone love, them gonna stone love. Them not nobody a put no restriction on them and I tell them all after them cow fat. Cause not liar. You know, trick all the people want to see it a backfire for you. Because everything we want to say no, is a 6 or 9. So the people might use it for you now. Draw with themselves from you know. Go back in the roots, in the depths of Jamaica. They want to build all them highway for. Eh? We not build out Jamaica in a highway then. Put it so. Complete the task with Portia and PG lead. Yeah? We want to have both spans. So we don't want the tourists to see them road there. And get the scenery. And can stop off and buy a liquor or two. And make the Jamaican people have an ambience with these people. And make the people also have an ambience with the Jamaican. And get an experience. Back in the 80s. Yeah? Now Michael man the time. I in a Portia time too. And PG. Yeah, because PNP open up the landscape to Jamaica, you know. Them boy shut it off. Lock it off completely. Capitalist mentality them run off of. While the People's National Party is a socialist democratic party. Try find the meaning of socialist and democratic. I know we know what the PNP has said. You understand? Capital mean we not be big. We not be big to be amongst the capitalists. Where I think they mash up Usain Bolt. Even though Usain Bolt did rise up. Them look down upon him, you know, because now come from nowhere, you know. So them say my anchor around them. You understand? So them not really for black people as it relates to ordinary Jamaican. They are not for you guys. It's time when you get wise. Smell the coffee where the labor right them a boil. Because remember, you know, these people will not share the cake equally. Them table lopsided. You can't go around for them table go put a foot. Because them don't give you no form of invite. There's no accommodation for your local. You have to be a foreigner. We say that have to stop. We say all rafting and all these things must be only regulated in the sense that you make sure no so well then, yeah. Because we want contribution, you know. You know, everything you do, you contribute, yeah. Because with that do, that look after the environment where you're operating. You understand? If I have to do some beautification and all these things. So we don't have no problem with that. But it's when you come down and you want to put on a big operation tax, like say these people have thousands of booking. Sometimes the raft man go out there, you know, a hustle him, you know, so it say a bamboo. I him go cut it up in the hills, RPA man to cut it and bring it come out. To Christ sake, I'm body waiting, there's a hustling job that. And for years, them job that regulated as people know you have your raft location more so in a Portland and all them places around a fellowship. If you go there, go get a raft experience. You understand? And enjoy the river. Listen to some culture. learn from the guide who are carry them down the river and tell them about the river and all these things. Those are knowledge that people come to Jamaica for. Instead of this garbage everywhere, you see Pernal Charles run off people out of St. Thomas. Everywhere them go, them mash. Jamaican people, you know, wake up now, man. We are talking too long now, man. Them boy enough to have a chance for the upcoming election, my brother. Look at the whole heap of atrocity and wickedness for them people that roll out power, man. How much here, right? You can't take. Them boy enough to stand a chance. Them to come in like snowball in the melting sun. Don't give them the opportunity to even talk to them, man. Run with the garbage, them, man. And cat, man, them tax and cat, man. This a government, them have some unwanted record for them resume, man. Them are nastiness, no people. I don't joke business, you know. It's a criminal government that don't have no sympathy for black people. But you still them are going like them black. Market you a better black man for them. You understand? Because market you hard. When for the people in Jamaica, none of them boy can come nowhere around a market G side of the world. Market G have love, compassion, sympathy, and empathy for the people and them care. You know, so look at you, them everybody around the man. Old and young want to touch off a market G. While people are running this piece of shit prime minister where we have, this criminal prime minister. This man we don't even want to talk to government agency. You understand? Deal with them like them and nobody, undermine them. Because I feel them are the ultimate. Well, we as this boy to come up and throw them same depend. You understand? Run them with electorate. Run with the whole of the 49 of them. Get them out of the land space, man. If you have insect on your mouth on the vegetation, you have to deal with pesticide. Them are pests, people. Them are mash up on a life too long now. We have to rise up to the occasion, and the occasion is the People's National Party with Sir Mark Jefferson Golding and his brilliant selected team of candidates because time come and I yield back the floor.
Yes, Pastor Ricky. Same time.
Thank you. What we're witnessing in Jamaica is a classic case of Robin Hood. So this government is robbing from the common man and women who owns Airbnb, and they're putting in austerity measures to cause them under. For example, the Airbnb prices are much lower than the traditional resorts. The Airbnb allow you to enjoy Jamaica, but what they did with the resorts, they put all these amenities in it and then bring in nightlife activities, so you don't need to leave the resort. You need to stay there and enjoy their amenities and the nightlife attractions. Versus when you go to an Airbnb, you can leave and go out and enjoy yourself. Go to the beach, go see family. What we're witnessing in Jamaica is that other nationalities who are not Jamaicans tend to stay at the resorts because they might not be aware of the Airbnb. But Jamaicans who live in the diaspora, they stay in Airbnb and they love it. Christmas past, I spoke to a couple people because this was during the time where the hotel workers were protesting because they were making $2 an hour. And I spoke to a couple people working the resorts, the hotel industry or sector. And they told me many of the hotels are empty. They're not full to capacity. Why? Because many returning residents choose to go to an Airbnb. So what this government is doing is trying to leverage and create austerity measures to bring back the resorts up back on their feet by taking away the power of the Airbnb. Now, we know that when you go to Jamaica, you have the access as a tourist all over the island. And to sit in a hotel for a week with your family and enjoying the pool, the game, the ball game, the sports game, diving, swimming, and then later you go watch a dance and eat as much as you can. Regular Jamaican don't want that. At first, when they started that, yeah, it was what we, after a year or so, we don't want that no more. We want to go about business and go enjoy Jamaica and go check some family members. So what we see today in the parliament is a proposal to put some strict measures in place so that most people who own Airbnb is going to probably give up on that market. He said that they don't have a platform. That's not true. I was in Jamaica in 2023, and before I went, I was looking for Airbnb online because everything now is registered. So I lie my tell.
No, him said them have a platform. No, Pastor Ricky, him said them have them platform, but them now that you have to register with the tourism now, the tourism board. But them have a platform with them. I can't remember people advertise.
All right.
But a taxi one tax them, really.
Right. Because and so the hotel, they have their websites, their platform that you can go on with your credit card. And the Airbnb is the same thing. And the Airbnb, they're all registered with Jamaica. In 2023, they passed a law. I just can't remember it off the top of my head. But there was a law to bring the Airbnb and structure them together in Jamaica. I'm going to look up that law tomorrow. But there was a law in 2023 that they implemented. So in 2 years from now, everything is going to be online. Digital currency are going to change the world space and the structure of how we do commerce. And so nobody now going to have cash when them got cashless. So what them are do is take with the leverage from the common men and women who owns Airbnb. Because most of the Airbnb them are owned as people who live in the diaspora and have house in Jamaica, and they're able to convert it to Airbnb so it can generate revenues while they're in the diaspora. And they don't compete with the resorts because their prices are lower, and the resorts are losing. Them are bleed. The resorts are bleeding financially, and I see if them I try save the bleeding of the resorts. Why them come now and I try to them I go structure the Airbnb. The Airbnb is fine. People love it. I stayed at an Airbnb in 2023 when I was in Jamaica. I'ma love it because I get to go to the market and the supermarket and buy my grocery and bring home and cook on them things there. And have people come over and we enjoy ourselves. But the people are moving away from the all-inclusive, and that I mash up the hotel industry right now. Back over to you, Father.
Yes. What may I tell you? When the man went out, them have the guy Delano, Apocalypse, right? Come out and them talk about the Airbnb. You remember they cut up all the raft to, brother?
Yeah.
Because they want to take it for give them JLP, one of them farmer JLP MP. They want the White River, take it from them, The people that make little things and then go all the way, go take up this and cut it up and tell life on it. Hey, people are White River, don't remember them thing there, no vote for them, Taxi man, them under pressure,
Yeah.
Postman under pressure, These people are evil. Uncle thing them do, Byron, and the rest of the panel, uncle thing them man do, a PR. Everybody see it, straight PR. Andrew, we're done with you. Look at November, July, Our month is starting, brother. Tomorrow, my granddaughter, Earth Strong. Tomorrow, the 4th. Yeah, man, I Earth Strong. Put up something with her tomorrow. See? Yes, I know up now a market you won. My son on the 19th, And mine's on the 20th, but market on the 19th too. So you see, yeah. I remember melting pot there, Well, 24th melting pot.
See him here.
My grandson.
And God bless my old man, him dead and gone, painter. Him at 14th,
Yes.
The old man was the 14th of July, I'm a real old comrade, man.
You see.
Massive comrade, them man, All right. Everybody at Lionel to know him, man. Yeah, man. That's what you say, man. So it run through with my brother.
All right. So Mark Rowling, film on the 19th and mine on the 20th. I know we're talking about determination and the key. Them can't tell me nothing. Andrew Holness, you have to move. We are straight in Jamaica, the Titans were named.
No two way about that.
Not two way, we are straight in that. You understand? And remember, we tell you a long time, it documented when we go look back. A long time because, you know, good for the country, brother. All you do, you go around and I tell more and more lies. When you look, you have to shoot yourself in the foot, brother. You know, see, when the man attack Byron.
Self-inflicted.
Yeah, no. But let me finish playing something with Andrew Holness, right? You remember the 4 and 5, 5 and 4, right? Oh, the man fix a Jeep. When the man 5 and 4 when couldn't fix. They run the left it. Eh? Yeah, the man lied. Let me finish playing this. Yeah.
Jeep carry through the massive economic fallout that took place with the disruption in the supply chain, the high inflation. It carry through the war in the Ukraine.
What the Ukraine do with war? Ukraine are far from we. Which cheap. When I come with brother, I'll be a garbage thing talk to few people that must have that for something, man. Yeah.
And then recently it carried through Hurricane Beryl. And all through that, nobody drop off of the Jeep. Not one public sector worker was laid off.
All right, so people, hear this. I'm going to stop him again. When the man come here, so remember, you know, last year, we had took up like 15 months, 2,400 and nearly 2,500 teachers move. If you check every year, the amount of teacher move, it's unbelievable. Couple it up with the doctor, nurses, and the police, them. More than 500 resign and leave because them, we matter about laid off when people are going. People are run through the bottle because of him.
Right.
You know what, son? This is, hey, brother.
But wait, my thing is, if PNP did not create the Jeep, he would have get if he drive through Beryl.
No, but I'm going to tell you, you know. So I want to jump on the Jeep with Mama P. Because if Mama P do a mess him up and him not realize. Mama P said the Jeep was a short-term thing because she put in some longer-term thing. When you read the thing at JIS, you know, me notice me I read, because I remember we dissecting same time. She said 20, I remember 2011, I done 2012 when the next budget I read. Fiscal year start around April the 1st, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So she come in January and she put in something, Byron, in a March.
Yeah.
That's when the next budget, you know, she got 2012 and she got to 2014 as a short term that she can put something more sustainable. So she depart the Jeep and put in other things. And he must talk about him fixed Jeep. You know, say no sense.
Crazy.
5 and 4. You know, see the one of them one way. What them yield? In a 5 and 4. What them doing a 5 and 4, brother?
Yeah, 5 and 4 mean money laundering.
So in the pandemic, we just come out. What them do? Otherwise, we just come
them
out.
Not do nothing. Nothing them not do. Nothing them not do.
Yeah, Lady Anne Marie said, I the Jeep over 24 newborn baby. Dr. Death, I'm a tough fan. I'm going to put up something with Dr. Death, yes, sir. Because this guy is idiot.
We ain't a wife that are responding now.
Because drop a breaking news from Dr. Death. Hold on. Hey, what for drop at the real Wednesday this, you know, for drop a, I want to drop one upon him too. Because him not writing neither, you know.
Yeah.
Byron, I say them use your face. And when they use your face, and I call about PNP bloggers, we not do like with them, they drop one for them. It doesn't just me. Holness, this are you now. Film Mrs. Enrichment. Are you this? You're dangerous, man. Can't you, man? Where's the better? You want to see the man them outside that you know. I mean, just remind everybody worldwide. when we done interview Mark Golding, it had so much of them head, brother. Big Mama plan was say divide the PNP, you know. Him get surety to Andrew only say can do it. So him draw Lisa Anna, him draw Damian Crawford, him say him do a poll, say which one of them more popular. Yes, Lady Anne Marie. Bless up, bless up. Him say which one of them more popular, you know, brother. Popular, you know. And which one of them the people were. Me I forgot them, burn them. I'm gonna put up back this again. See what the man them do, you know. I know them come at trouble with again. And then know something around. We not back down for nothing. Watch out. We can put up back this. See the people? The people never used to mark Walling yet, you know. None at all. You see me there, you know. See Peter Bunting there, you know. And see Dr. Campbell, you know. And see the way alone some. Them say me just a PNP puppet. Right, better. But we read this, hey, them people are out there, you know.
But Father Lonesome, hold on. You know what? The Prime Minister don't go upon none of the bloggers them and give them an interview, you know. You know that, right? None of film bloggers them don't get interview with him, you know.
But that I know nothing. Because them give them jobs. At the interview at the least, brother. Here when you know. Here at the least, him have the Chopper John from the Sperm West Bank. Right? Him have the one that down there. Him a run hospital, brother. Him a run school.
Culinary certificate.
Him set them up in some things where them can't even manage, brother. You know, so the hospital time. You know, see it can't done. The school, the guy got chain up all the school gate. Because and no government talk to him, you know. Make the youth them couldn't go to school, them have to cut off the lock. Now that them do by run.
Exactly. Then hold on the panelists. Chopper John have a right to chain up the school gate, you know. That man a belong brown education, you know. The man take 2 years to get a cooking certificate, brother. Andrew give them type of job, yeah. So the man just put up and lock the gate. Because I'm not supposed to be in that position. You understand? So the man all the lonesome. The man all reject where Andrew have force on him, you know. You understand? Because this is what Andrew do, you know. Andrew always draw for some incompetent and qualified people, you know, and put them in a position to cause the society grief and mayhem. These things will stop a qualified people who want to get position. Because when Andrew draw for the unqualified people, you know, this is how Andrew keep the money. Yes. Because in price the job at $10, but him pay them $4. Not even 50% to give them and to take most of the money. Why you think him get Chopper John and put this up?
Pat, look how the man them, hey, that's how we there sit down, you know. Look, just read what the man them say about me. A good thing we spread the thing because we own it there now. And you take the place like a football. And I can just read it back now, but we're reading this, you know.
All right. Let me go night now. The man them say we alone, so we are just another PNP muppet. Well, let's face it. You have 140,000 subscribers who are rallying hard against the JLP, and your rhetoric is spreading. Chopper John West, you dropped the ball, sir. Labor right uno too comfortable.
I know that's comfortable.
But watch this now. Watch this price. Watch the price tag where you get over your head. After no, this God Almighty. How you could have collect for? Hold on. Let me talk to them garbage. The PNP is not a party, yeah, where you know go out and do action. You know action here. PNP now no money for action near them. I go and buy things all about the place, you know. Them buy vote, them buy this, them give it this. Hey, the People's National Party is a party that malign itself on moral principle and discipline, hard work and dedication and self-reliance. You wait name? Self-reliance. Nobody have to rely on the People's National Party for nothing. That's why them choose well-educated professional people like me, who's a professional journalist. Yeah.
Look what them do now. Byron,
okay.
We don't know where we are going. Look on the bottom part, you know.
Yeah.
So don't put my goal in and put my head on body. So I have to deal with them. I have them, you know, because I can show the people them, you know. When I carpet bomb them, you know. Yes. So this is what them do, people. Them take me here. So this is when people never even know my goal in yet, and I'm just coming in, you know. And we stand the test of time. When Sheldon run here, so him too soft. I hear a lot of people talk about the softness. I'm not holding and him not ready yet.
I you know some about
Wayne, this is very offensive, you know, because what if I am to depict certain things from this, right? See Mark Golden there, and you have black men carrying him. You understand? This is a racial statement, you know, that that they are making.
As slavery, the man them are showing, you know, see everybody dressed like slave. Without shirt and chain. As slavery, the man them are promote.
Exactly.
Garbage nasty party.
Want to say Mark Golden at the buckle master. You understand?
Yeah.
And we are carrying Mark Golden. That's what they are saying.
Yes. And
definitely.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, I tell you, no, Sir B. At that point, let me just making a come here, look on the picture, me I say, well, but that's some slavery thing, me I say. All right, I wear my titan bread and knock it same time. That's why we know great mind think alike. You understand? Same way, Jabby, knock it on them.
But brothers, me keep this to remind them, Mark Golden does come in at the thing and me interview him. I'm going to move the stumbling back. I know him alone too, you know. Me see them try to have a Dr. Daz and I have to move them over there too. Because them Dr. Daz. So we there is a force good we deal with. We not deal with no hype. We not do hype. See what them they do at the same time, yeah? Them put up this too. Just look. Look, just read that. Stop follow data and when you look, them have put made from body share tongue in my face. This at the same time, them put out them, you know. Them release them the same.
I remember that period of time when they were work like moderns.
I never slept on nobody on that Golden. I talked to Mark Golden and I see this. And I see Big Mama try to set up Mark Golden. But them come out back again and put me head pan body. No, put me, copy me and copy. My brother and put me up again. Me copy ban them. But PNP, when I'm called PNP bloggers, no, we are investigative journalists. We are
investigative journalists too. Yeah, man, that's what we are.
Yes.
Yeah, and when we knock it on them, you know, when we knock it on them now, them have to stay knocking up, because them can't answer back. You understand? Because our thing is well locked up around here, so, you know, no tabloid. Remember, you know, the eagle go out and the eagle come back in, and that service will never broke down. The service never broke down because it run off of energy, it fly off of its own. You understand? Yeah. So the eagle will never go out there and come back. With valid information.
We have to proud of our ladies too, you know. Lady Mystic. You understand? Because she's on the battlefield all the while, you know. So big up Lady Mystic anyway you're there. You're there upstairs.
Aye, no so nothing. Yeah, man. Yes, so when they run out, you know, I have a carpet bomb. Come a carpet bomb them in a barrack.
Yeah.
You know, see them again because I carpet bomb them and them know, so listen, all them fight things, them attack you. So them I put out PNP bloggers now and them know, so from them touch me. Remember, you know, we deal with the printing same way too, you know. And we have this, all of them. We not run brownies, so we not look no praise. We not the wilderness. But we stand up for the rights all the time. You understand?
But, you know, when you look at it, Wayne, in terms of, you know, how long you have been carrying the message. Because that is what is important, you know.
Yes.
You understand? You are carrying the message from God he knows when.
Yes.
You understand? And that's why we have to ensure that, okay, all right. We have to respect, right, the seed, the root. Sure. You understand? That bear now and becomes a tree. You understand? In terms of Titan, your other people join in and know and fight the message. You understand? But you have been here. You understand? You are the genesis. You are the catalyst in terms of, you understand, putting out and defending, you understand, People's National Party. And if people need to go back in their reference as it relates to when you put in Mark Golden and defending Mark Golden. You understand? It is from the, you have to say, it is from the early beginning of Mark Golden entry. You have been defending Mark Golden.
Of course.
Up until this point. Up until this point. And guess what? What is important?
Yes, but we're not flip-flop.
We have never derailed.
Yes.
Never, ever derailed. And we maintain, you understand, the objective on one movement. And that is important.
One movement. Because when you have flip-floppers, you have to be careful of them, you know.
Yeah.
But he want something this and we say the government active in government, it have to move, We no business with them want to say. And them try for, and them send round here after that, you know, after this, what we just show now. And them send the finance minister to come buy. You can't buy way out to a man there.
Yeah, exactly.
You have money and all kind of things, so you come try trick we. We have to clean the island, we have to move on to Holness.
Yeah, man.
One here, man, we have to move him. Him no good.
But Father Lord, so I'm give you flowers while you can still smell it. You know, we're not gonna wait till afterwards.
Yeah.
But you are the Godfather. I will say it all the while. You are the Godfather and the trendsetter. And you pave the way for many bloggers, or not even bloggers, those who are content creator, social media influencer, investigational journal.
Yes.
Back when many years and get an inspiration. So we'll big you up and we'll thank God for you. But one last point for those who are talking about don't vote for party, a foolishness on our talk. You have to vote for your party. You can't vote for country without not voting for a party.
The country now run from ballot box. Don't move. So the country, let me just ask and then you continue. So the country, I go up on the ballot.
Exactly.
When I see my Jamaica tick, put the X on Jamaica go up on the ballot.
Exactly.
People are go up on the ballot, you know.
Exactly.
Anybody say this unless they're not a brain cell or something, but then done.
Exactly.
You know, the country, right? We have voted against a regime government, a fascist government, a criminal, corrupted government, and it does what from the head it's dirty. Them are killers of youth them in the hospital. The prime minister is not clean none tall. Exactly. He carry the IC gun a court. And we not put more tag on and talk. We are talk straight up. He black so we have to tell him what we chat with the pan. Continue, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree with that because there's only two political parties in the history of Jamaica. And the way the Jamaica culture is right now, them not ready for no third party. I'm not saying it won't happen one day, but this year, 2025, a two political party will have. And everybody who see the atrocities and the desecration of the people of Jamaica, you can't tell people about vote for country. You're a hypocrite and you're a liar. And the truth is not in you. Because here what now? It don't make sense you talk about the problems them in Jamaica and you're going to say you're not political. If you stop at the stoplight or the stop sign, you are political. Because of laws that govern the nation pass in the parliament that says stop at a stoplight. If you pay taxes, land tax, property tax, whatever tax, you are political because those laws were passed in the parliament. So you can't say you're not political. You're a hypocrite and you're a liar. And furthermore, in order for people to vote in an election, as Father Lonesome eloquently said, you have to vote for individuals. And the individual is belonging to two parties. So if you sit down there and you see the people that must suffer and the criminality and the corruption, and you said, don't vote for party, vote for country, you are a deceiver and you shouldn't even be in other space. Over to you.
Well, you know, I finished that, but as Mr. Brother,
I want to
win. Come to something like this, them for move.
I tend to
suppress the vote them and I tell people foolishness.
Yeah, well, I tend to agree with Pastor Ricky's point as it relates to, you know, third party narrative, right? We are at juncture, which is very much critical, right, to our people. And in terms of what we are seeing for a so-called government, right, is a kleptocratic government,
True.
right? Using the process of nepotism, cronyism, skullduggery, right, to pilfer from our treasury. And then you have to look on the narrative as it relates for those people who, talking about a third party. Now, if you look, and let me say this clear, the third party running some areas, and if you look on the support that they have gotten, right? I mean, it tell them that, look, Jamaica doesn't ready for that, right? So the two fundamental party that we have is the People's National Party and the Jamaica Labour Party. Voting is critically important. And as what Pastor Ricky says, right, in everything that you're doing in your life, right, affects you politically.
Exactly.
When you go to the supermarket, right, you have to pay for those goods. Yes. You understand? Under Andrew Holness administration government that seems to be inflated on a weekly basis. Inflation. Right? That affects you. That's politics.
True.
Right? Everything that you're doing, right? It affects you. Buy and sell as it relates to the market. It affects you. Yep. You understand the laws and the policy, right? Now that you have lollipop jar, right, is now trying to make that, new legislation that is going to affect, you understand, and broaden the tax net. It affects you.
Of course.
Right? So then for you to say that, you're not going involved in politics or, you understand, PNP and JLP are the same thing. How can you have really a critical thinking mindset, right? And as I said earlier, don't you have the ability to compare and contrast? So I don't understand that. I don't understand.
History. Baron, let me have back and forth a quick little thing.
Yes.
I could put the leader them together and you tell me if Mark Golding and Andrew Holness, if them are the same thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. And we can compare every person over there, so every individual from the PNP and to the JLP and take them and say, Queenie over the PNP are the same thing.
But look here, Wayne. All right. As it relates to policies and procedures.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now, let us talk about the code of conduct.
Yes.
Because we'll compare, right, and contrast as it relates to the People's National Party. Every single member of the People's National Party signed the code of conduct.
Yes.
What does that mean? It simply means that they are saying that they are going to stand up to ethical principles. Every single member of the Jamaica Labour Party refused to sign it.
All right. Go bigger than that. Tell me now, we have an opposition and you have the government. Tell me, since 2016, and we can go back to 1954 like Rando, but tell me, how much of the opposition, them fine, our police fine, them never fine, how much of the minister, them ever fine in them wrongdoings here, and you see them with money and them are doing kind of the country. How much of them?
That's my point.
Money and kind of things when them in the government. How much of them? How much of them on the government side right now? How much? The Prime Minister, him come number one, him a number first. Don't talk about tough time, him have market me and have all kind of little things and talk about them spend most money. Don't
the corruption.
Andrew Wheatley, nobody talk about him, not talk about James Roberts. You can't talk about Bernard Charles, two daughters them. Because our father, him the pirate of East in St. Thomas. Him the pirate of St. Thomas. See? And go you can't talk about Samuda, him a Mombasa grass. You can't talk about the Arsmouth one day from down in St. Elizabeth. Him take 1,000.
Yes,
you can't talk about the other one who say, him go with the word fertilizer them now. That's the one named Green. And I can't just go on. You can't talk about work life like that, None of them you can't talk about, See them take the people them good pick there. The one they named Tumblebug. And see she start take pay like that. Anything wrong Andrew take them turn in a criminal. Tumblebug, you never work in a bank. And our people, them are decent people, and the drawing, go put her in the information ministry. See them have to withdraw a statement, she turn liar.
Yeah.
Tumblebug a liar.
Play that way and make the people them. Alright.
She has slap out herself, man.
Yes.
Play that way.
Yes.
And tell the JLP them to play something like what we are going to play now. Tell them. So play that. You can spend something to your way.
It'll come down. No, I thought me I take it down right now. But me and it'll come down by one. Just think about it, the man, they go for the, because me know people know how good, you know. Then Andrew send for the good, the people, then good data. And now, she one of the A1 liar, you know, Tumblebug, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, man, yeah,
She's terrible now, you know.
Yeah. Exactly, man.
Yeah, man.
Man. Yes. So, when you want to play Wayne, tell the JLP them to play something like that.
I'm going to take it down and play it right now.
Tell the JLP them to come out with something like that. And we tell the people themselves, PNP and JLP.
That's why I'm for big up Father Lonesome and Sir Byron and Melton, because we always put the X beside the head. You can't be afraid to tell people to put the X beside the head. If you see the atrocities and the corruption and the criminality, there's only one other option.
Definitely.
They couldn't have two.
Definitely.
And to forget vote out.
Most
you can't pick nobody around here. And to forget 100 them are criminal.
So tell the JLP them to do this and beat way.
We're going to play this.
Honesty and integrity matters.
Yes.
No cover-ups, just the truth. This is Jamaica in Focus, bringing you the facts, exposing the lies, because Jamaica deserves answers.
Wagwan, Jamaica. Marcus here with another episode of Jamaica in Focus. Today, we're diving into an eye-opening article from the Jamaica Observer titled, Taking Corruption to Another Level. This article exposes a troubling history of corruption within the Jamaica Labour Party, spanning decades. But here's the thing. The article stops at 1990, so we did what we always do, we went deeper, and what we found was a disturbing pattern that stretches from the 1950s straight to 2025. Let's rewind the tape. In 1951, Josie Malcolm, JLP Minister of Education, sentenced to 12 months at hard labor for defrauding constituents. 1954, L.L. Simmons, convicted under the Official Secrets Act. 1965, Arthur Burt fled the island just before facing a commission investigating school construction corruption. 1990, Jag Smith, former labor minister, jailed for stealing $70,000 from farm workers' savings. Our review shows this wasn't isolated, it's systemic. Now, fast forward to the present. In 2018, Petro Jam. Millions vanished. Former chairman Dr. Percival Bahado Singh was charged after submitting false claims. General Manager Floyd Grindley was also named in the audits over questionable contracts and spending. 2019, CMU. Nearly $50 million misused. Former Education Minister Rubel Reid, his wife and daughter, along with CMU President Fritz Pinnock, were all charged with fraud and corruption. What happened to those charges? 2020, NESOL. Former engineer Lawrence Pommels was convicted after millions were paid out with no contracts in place. 2023, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, former House Speaker, charged for filing false statutory declarations. 2024, Leslie Campbell, ex-MP, found guilty for failing to comply with the Integrity Commission's disclosure request. 2023, the Integrity Commission flagged potential conflicts of interest involving the Prime Minister. No charges laid yet, but laws were clearly bypassed. Our review shows the Commission couldn't certify his declarations from 2019 to 2022, citing undeclared accounts and shady company links. They referred the case to the FID and TAJ. But instead of cooperating, the Prime Minister launched a judicial review. He tried to strike down Section 14, subsection 5 of the Corruption Prevention Act, the very clause that deals with illicit enrichment. He argued it unfairly shifts the burden of proof to him, but the court said no. They refused to compel the commission to certify him, though they allowed him to challenge the findings. And now he's heading into another election, with his declaration still uncertified. Different faces, same party, same script. From Joe Malcolm to Nisol, from 1951 to now, the pattern is clear. Corruption thrives when leaders feel untouchable, and the people stay silent. So, Jamaica? What now? We've shown you the receipts across 7 decades. We've asked the hard questions. Where's the justice? Where's the accountability? They've tried to dodge the courts, the press, and sometimes even the truth. But the one thing they can't dodge is you. Every dollar stolen is a clinic not built, a child left behind, a road never repaired. Just look at Cornwall Regional Hospital. The government started renovations back in 2016 to fix toxic air and ventilation issues. It was supposed to cost $2 billion. Today, it's ballooned to over $21 billion, and the hospital still isn't fully reopened. That's nearly a decade of patients diverted, services delayed, lives affected. This isn't just mismanagement. It's a breakdown of trust. And the people are the ones who pay the price. If you're tired of this cycle, then let your vote speak louder than your silence. Vote them out the next general elections. Drop a comment below. Share this with someone who needs the truth. And follow at jamaica.in.focus.
So you see that though, Byron?
Exactly.
I'm going to show Monday where he going to show me all them things. But more I play something for back that too, you know, because me as a dead man gone out and attack said PMP this try evening tide. We have to educate the people then with them because that's so wicked, you know. If we go to prison, brother, let me put up this. Let me put up this right now with that. Let me just remind the people them this too, yeah? Just remind the people. Let me stop the date. See the place, yeah? Don't make dead man come out, come telling you nothing. Yeah? It's almost about look on this place now. Look on the date. This other in the 800 hard you know. The man them to power hungry people, them turn around and destroy old people. Read that. Just read this. What them do to our people them are even tired. Remember in a sermon, you know. Now watch your age, him book Jamal, you know. Him wife read that right before you can before you even think about to go meet Jamaica, you know. You understand? Love people, you know. But them want to move him out. And that is what them do. Yes? And yes, dead man may say it's not the weekend, brother. Dead man Mackenzie come and say, PMP, burn up event. Brother, we have the whole proof. You should have their prison. That may I tell you. Look on this. Look how this evil. See place there, most of the board. And it burned down quick. Look there, man. People can have a heart to some power, you know. Work with outside forces, see there? Burn to ashes.
Well, I mean, I know some people vote for Jamaica Labour Party, trust me.
Them people if go to prison, brother, them shouldn't know politics. We could say about who did that with him, Lindell. Because dead man, them did about. Same Queenie did about. The older one, them did about. So we can't just blame the foot soldier. Them did about, eh? But them are talking about PNP. See that? See that? People can't wicked so.
Wicked man.
You know when we use and beat them with that? Let me play that little part to make the people them hear. I'm not play the whole life. But I play the part where you hear them and I tell you, say them, you know. When you say CIA, but them use. You understand?
Them import a special gel.
CIA. Yeah. The man, them wicked man.
And Trump just released the documents, you know, unclassified, so anybody can read up about that. And she said the CIA collaborated with the JLP party for Bundung Eventide.
Yeah. See? No, I play that, you know. Brother, look at all this. You think this right? And then here's a dead man Mackenzie come out now, brother. And run out about. Is the PNP do what? You in a power. You see what Manley do. You not try and seat him from 76. It not work. I want to come back with something. Make we hear what going on. So because, brother, when we attack, we like show the evidence, you know. Or the man them wicked, you know, brother. This are evilness, you know.
Some more than evil, man.
Crime, brother.
More than evil, man.
Them should have charged to war crime, man. May I hear you, brother?
And the jail in a Jamaica, import the jail or burn down the place.
Yes. Yeah.
But it's no secret to Jamaican who burn down Evening Tide. Dead man Mackenzie must just come out or two out of Maypen Cemetery when him come and chat this. Everybody know who burn down Evening Tide, you know. A labor right burn down Evening Tide. Yeah. Aided and abetting by the CIA. Yeah, and the inch brother Edward Siago with the garbage behind him.
Journalistic publications. Who is Lewis and what has he been doing over the years, and why is the government so outraged by him?
Well, his background is it's thoroughly legitimate, standard, if you will, journalism. He was assigned for a couple of years in Manchester, writing for a couple of prominent news organizations.
I want to just listen to this for just a couple of minutes. This was verbal in a dead man Mackenzie before run him away. Them evil. Listen this.
Manchester, England? Yes, Manchester, England. And eventually made his way through London back to the United States, where he gravitated to a scrutiny of the CIA and the intelligence community, watching the revelations of the Church Committee, information that he had come across in his research, some of which he had published as part of news stories previously, other parts of which he was not permitted to publish by the nature of the press establishment. And so he put together with Bill Schaap and Ellen Ray the Covert Action Information Bulletin, whose function was to focus on the intelligence organizations of the United States and discuss and expose in a perfectly legitimate way the covert action activities of the CIA principally, as well as the other intelligence organizations. I believe they formed that in about 1976 and have been in Washington since, publishing stories of true stories. Their quality, their standards of journalism are exceedingly high. That bulletin is distributed in the State Department, and it's sold out the first morning that it's put on the stands in the State Department newsstands. They also publish in that bulletin the names of CIA agents and where they are now, as they're assigned and reassigned about the world. I believe that in very recent months they have ceased the policy of publishing names because the controversy is so hot, and they would just as soon. And also, it's never been their intention to break the law. They've made that clear from the outset. Bill Schaap is the brother. He is a highly competent attorney and is the brother of a top sportscaster in New York City. He is a very articulate man himself and has testified to the Senate many times against the names of Agents Bill, for example, and defending what he and Lou Wolf are doing. And after his testimony, many times senators have come up and shaken his hand and said, I disagree with you, but you certainly make your case for the legitimacy of what you're doing very well.
Let's take a look at some of the things which Lewis Wolf had to say, and we'll let you comment ever so often on this, okay? What, in the years that you've been publishing it, do you think are some of your most significant revelations? Are there some stories that even shocked you?
Well, I think one of the big stories that we were able to document in some detail was the whole scope of CIA activities, similar to what the CIA did in Chile, and which was documented by the Senate Select Committee, was the whole covert action program in Jamaica in between 1976 and 1980. And we did a great deal of research into that, and we discovered in many ways a very similar program, almost a classic model that was followed along the lines of what they did in Chile, including 3 major categories: military, paramilitary activity, the use of propaganda in the media, and
the same thing Andrew them I use power, man.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Remember run this. I'm sure it's them but don't even time. Make them gonna run them way, you know.
the third one, which was economic warfare, using the multilateral organizations, the International Monetary Fund and others, to withhold loans which had been promised to the Jamaican government. This is one example.
What are a couple more of the details of that? You particularly mentioned those first 2 examples of actual paramilitary activity the CIA was involved in Jamaica.
There was a fire, for example, that took place in Jamaica of an old people's home. I think 150 old and infirmed women, many of them blind, were living in this home. And as it turned out, the place burned down in the space of about 8 minutes, 7 or 8 minutes. It was discovered that the phone wires had been cut and that the exits had all been blocked. Even those who could see their way out could not get out. That the means by which the fire was set was the use of a petroleum jelly, which was unavailable in Jamaica. This was one indication, among others, that there was outside help. Why would the CIA, you might ask, why would the CIA want to murder 150 old women? It was because it was an effort, part of a very large-scale effort to discredit the government in Jamaica, which was at the time headed by Michael Manley, the Prime Minister. There were images produced of Michael Manley in the media, in the Daily Gleaner, which was the newspaper which the United States, through the CIA, helped to support. And there is a good deal of evidence of that. There were images of Michael Manley showing a death mask. I mean, it was his face which had been somehow made to look like a death mask, although it was pretending to be a photograph of him. And there were many ways to try and discredit him. This is very, very similar, in fact, to what the CIA did to try and discredit Salvador Allende in Chile. If you remember, Richard Nixon instructed the CIA in a meeting.
I know, say, my heart grieves still, you know. I feel, I cut up, you know, myself. You know them people are wicked. And when you look on the building, you know, brother, you saw the building big?
Yeah.
It's impossible for a fire catch on one side and then people can't come out. It's a big building with more doors.
They're all criminals, man.
Them know what am I saying, you know?
Yeah.
And like your finger up in a little place, you know, oh, so much people dead in a one place, but 150
and then you have then you have the Nazi Warmington.
Yes.
You know, no one, you understand, the try. We should know the truth.
Yes.
And this is the evil. This is the evil of these people who, you understand, support the Jamaican Labour Party. They are evil. 100. And I keep on saying it, you know. You understand? It is no joke. Andrew Holness is 100% pure evil. Pure evil. As dark as you can think. That is Andrew Holness. Right? And, you know, I see Juliet Holness, right, giving away black and steel and blah, blah, blah. After 9 years.
9 years.
After 9 years.
Yes.
You coming out now. They give black and steel and I say, boy, look how she work hard not to go to prison. But a problem.
Yeah, but, you know, I want just shed some light on this Evelyn type fire. You know?
Yes.
A size building like that burn down in less than 10 minutes, between 7 and 8 minutes. Yeah? Burn down, you know. Flat, you know, you know, see no structure at the wall, everything just flattened in that period of time.
It's a brother. It's a big building that we are looking when we put up at the picture Evelyn.
Yeah, man, I think they wanna know Evelyn Tide, woman.
I couldn't start one place and 100 people dead in
gel. It's the gel. It's the gel they use at that start.
And them block the entrance so you couldn't come out. Kind of more than one
yeah, but you see how the place are burn? The place are burn like an inferno, you know. You understand? But when me I say no, a long time them people are cause problem in a Jamaica and a ghetto, you know. At time them people are got prison for them type of high level corruption, yeah, where them carry out in a Jamaica, you know. Nobody no got prison for Eventide fire, you know.
No.
Nobody. Them get the scot free.
Remember, Siaga stopped the court, you know. Remember that
there
was a case going on and Siaga himself
going on. Him stop it.
Yeah.
You understand? That's why I call upon it at the high level of corruption. And the same thing Andrew want to do with the 3 trillion we missed on the 28 bank account and the 470 million we are run through. And the how much year what time statutory declaration cannot be certified. It's the same thing he want to do, but tell him operate off a Siaga blueprint. You know, see him want to stop it too.
100%.
This party is a nasty party. So me I tell any aspiring leader who want to form a party, now is the right time. The Jamaica Labour Party is coming like the Conservative in the UK right now. Yeah? You know, see another party rise up near Reform and a Nigel Farage. It rise up because there's room for another party right now in Jamaica. So anybody who want to form a party can come now in the space. This Jamaica Labour Party will not resurrect itself again after this backsliding and debacle of a beating by the People's National Party. 63 and oh, you can't come back. I yield back the floor.
Yes.
Come on, a long time we tell everybody said this is a criminal, multi-transnational organization, you know. And this jail that the CIA, remember in the commentary, him said them use a jail that's not found in Jamaica.
Yeah.
The jail was given to the people in Jamaica, the Labour Party. And Edmund Mackenzie was a part of the opposition with Siaga them back in the gender minister of sports and culture. She was there too. Cool guy. We call her Queen E. Yeah, the whole of them was there. So them have knowledge of what happened. And Comrade Leader Mark Golden must open this case back.
Yeah, man.
I don't know if statutory
yes, man. Nobody not go to prison for that, you know.
Yeah, man.
Nobody not go to prison.
Them up.
And
them 153 old lady, the old lady, them never deserve them go to them death like this, man. This is cruelty. Burn to death. Hunger for power.
Anytime you play back Eventide, man, it's shiver, my brother.
No, man.
Yes,
brother. Can you imagine your boss in that, brother? You can't buy their fat too, you know. And the two people, then me saying there's 150.
153.
You black it with them and there's a big place like that and them you burn them to ashes, brother.
Trump unclassified the documents. The documents unclassified now online, you know. Anybody can go read it. This is why the new justice minister who are coming need to go revisit that case, that cold case here, and restart it back and hold them accountable.
Remember, you know, the way the fire intensify within the 7 to 8 minutes, you know, the people and body burn to a state where it's unrecognizable. You couldn't even find some of them cops. The way the fire intensify in such a rage. The people and body burn out. In less than 10 minutes, you can't see the cops, them. Some people, somebody unrecognizable. Hey, our evil party, the party.
Let me ask you,
Jamaican.
Brother, Melting, let me ask you. So, people that really sit down and want to compare the two parties.
Exactly.
Well, I don't know.
Comparison.
But when
I don't try that.
I've been showing the Eventide home.
Yeah.
Remember that is not the only atrocity that the Jamaica Labour Party carried out, you know.
No.
Now, remember that shower posse that affiliated with the Jamaica Labour Party carried out several killings, you know. And I mean, within the Caribbean and in the United States, several killings. You understand? Shower posse that affiliated with the Jamaica Labour Party. So when you look at all the atrocities there, you understand? I don't know, you know, how a decent person would ever support a Jamaica Labour Party. I just believe that people who support Jamaica Labour Party, no disrespect to them.
No,
but you just believe they really and truly You understand?
Yes.
These are people of sick mentality.
All right.
1984.
Let me just
5
drop a
people were
one thing.
executed in
Them
the Miami
crucify a bag of
Beach. One,
Rasta.
a pregnant woman, was found in a praying position.
I'm gonna move this. Come on, what's this? You know, Byron just say something I want drop it and make it drop where you drop. But him just mention this shower passy. And it's very important for we drop on a shower passy thing.
Yeah,
right,
man.
Byron talk it.
They are natural killers, man.
For life. Investigators charged this slaughter was the handiwork of Jamaican posses that killed 1,400 people around the nation during the 4-year investigation. Among arrests that began yesterday were 34 members of the Miami-based Shower Posse, so named because they rained bullets on their enemies.
These people are absolutely the most vicious organized crime group in the United States today.
We're getting some innocent people getting killed as a result of the existence of these organizations.
Federal, state, and local agencies in 21 cities around the nation are serving 435 warrants. The violations include murder, drug trafficking, and illegal weapons. 91 warrants in South Florida include 70 in Broward and fewer than 10 in Dade, while the Immigration Service is searching for 20 illegals imported from the slums of Jamaica where the violent posses originated. Authorities say the posses are so evasive, a multi-agency task force called Rum Punch 2 had to be formed.
To go out and arrest large numbers of people who have been escaping because of the lack of resources and manpower.
But more than half of those scheduled to be arrested are still at large. Among those, the head of the Shower Posse, Vivian Blake. If convicted, Blake faces 390 years in prison and a $15.5 million fine for his role in the Shower Posse.
The Shower Posse is the largest posse of some 40 that are presently active in the United States.
The 62-count Shower Posse indictment unsealed in Miami today shows just how organized and violent the Jamaican drug gangs can be. In fact, after arresting only a handful of those they were looking for in South Florida, authorities say they seem to have just packed up and left as if they knew we were coming.
Hey, them terrible, you know, watch out. Look here. Give them a next minute of this.
And I think that the police themselves could be afraid because they don't, give you the protection. If you give them, they tell everybody that you did it anyway. So this is what black people say, well, we're not going to get involved because we're not going to get no protection.
Because of what's occurring in the crack movement, the drug feuding, and the efforts by Jamaicans to take over some areas, you see more violence and innocent people being shot.
Just because they want to make some. Yes, it is. For the next part, hey, share you with bullet too, you know.
When you hear them, I say shower like right, and this them are
it's wrong. It's wrong. Look at this. They mash up the place, but they might forget this too, you know. They forget this too, you know. What's the man? This is the party. You know what earth? This is what earth. Can't do this.
Police deal with them decent, with them are criminals. There's a difference in American police and Jamaican.
Hey, Baron.
You
can't leave. Hey, all them compare them. Number show them because them watch me. Don't compare the two party. And don't tell about you know who's exactly. You know what hurt? Let me tell you what hurt me. Now I'll let you know upon this now, but let me tell you what hurt me more than everything, people. You see the one of this we're going. Remember the one about shower labor right, you know. I'm going to show you what the government of Jamaica do. Look on this. Look on this. Look what hurt you now. You can't tell me says our government this and the rest of them are the same thing. Look on this. Look
The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
Who paid $50,000 to help free Judas?
The exact figure for the payment to the law firm was $49,912.62.
Just tell us, Mr. Prime Minister, who paid the $50,000?
I can't recall. It was party funds.
No, we're done with them. So how you compare, Byron? Tell me now, how you compare the two parties? You ever see PNP get up and do this? He had the head for shower passy. At the time, they pay 50,000. And I try to negotiate. Yeah, the government of Jamaica and the whole JLP pay for let go do those.
Yeah.
Them kill him father, you know. Yeah, and them know, you know. But them pay for let him go.
But
tell me now, all the two parties are the same thing.
But you what happened?
Choose Jamaica over what? You can't tell people to choose Jamaica.
Exactly.
Yes, Byron.
But you what happened? And this is what bring down Bruce Golding downfall.
Yes.
Because of course you have the United States, right, who communicated certain intelligence, right, specifically to Bruce Golding at the time.
Yes.
Right? And then Bruce Gold, Dudus got wind of the information. And it was revealed that it was Bruce Golding who directly called Dudus. You understand? And told Dudus of the information. So that is what bring down Bruce Golding. That is the specific thing that brought him down, you know, where he has to resign, you know. So, I mean, how do you look at that? That is full pledge where the government is showing the entire Jamaica that they're affiliated with gangsters and that.
Yes, yes.
You understand? So you don't want it better than that. So how can you compare, right, PNP with JLP? Can never. Can never.
Yeah, what am I do now? Yeah, what am I do, Byron? Them I eat that, you know. Oh, so you don't have a six. Listen. You never see them as sent for Zeeks in a PNP time, Zeeks are in a prison, by the way.
Yes.
In a PNP time. Right? And in their prison still. When government take them to, them take them to. So although you might just say a man and move on PNP, if you go to prison, you go to prison.
Yeah.
Nothing of them, them have the mothers of our garrison down at Tivoli. When you can't tell me nothing. Saying, if the man did love when down at Tivoli, when that me that see ya pan the sea then here. But a be a scholar that come from down the pay doctors and nurses and lawyers and everything. Instead of gunman. And people with drugs and then we have to defend and all kind of little things that you can't chat. No man, no tell me nothing. Not true. Byron melting pot and pass.
Yeah. You're perfectly right.
Eh?
You're perfectly right.
But you want to know something? You want to know something? Where we are look for? Because we like to follow up, you know. Remember, you know, under Bustamante regime, you know, Rasta suffer immensely from
JLP doing.
You understand? Yes. You understand? And then you see them come back again, come trim Nzinga.
Yes.
So them repeat it. Then them carry out the Finchak. I mean, in the 90s, the meltdown. And them come back again, SSL, them repeat them thing. Yeah. But one more fundamental thing where we are looking for with the shower posse. A lot of people don't know this, you know. Shower posse, because of them uprising, yeah, in America and other places like UK. It stopped a lot of Jamaica, ordinary Jamaican, hard working Jamaican who want to go foreign. It stopped them from getting an opportunity. Yeah. So it's a knock-on effect from the labor rights. They've been destroying people's life for a long time. Long time they have destroyed people's life in every way, shape, and form.
Yes. But let me just say this before we close out. Every time you hear them go up on a stage and talk about shower labor right, and this them are glorify what the shower posse do.
That is it.
Spraying people with bullets. So in 2025, this is them still, and them I talk about Dr. Miriam Wellington, I talk about war. But every time them go up on a stage, them I talk about shower labor right. I glorify
the incite violence.
Criminality.
The incite violence.
Exactly.
Yes.
Them are incite violence.
Them are incite violence because of that the show
Right.
us in the group.
Them are incite violence.
That them I do. Them are incite violence. You
So
understand? And then I do some reverse psychology with the People's National Party. I use the song I say it incite violence. Show a posse and incite. When you say show a posse and do so, that is inciting violence because we know them label and attached to criminality and death. Yeah? Drugs trafficking, drugs racketing, gun trafficking, all type of mayhem. You can't imagine over a 4-year period. The man them killed 1,400 people.
But no move from this, sir.
In a 4 year, you know.
No move from this, sir, no brother. Byron, when you hear this. So the man them in a 1980 go to the election, we have 890 people, nearly 900 people them killed. And then the US government award them for the goodness, for getting a power, for overthrow man, they make them come up there. Remember, you know, me hear, you know, before for them people, and I pay fire and burn down, you know, from 1976 and be a fire, you know. Your man they tell you, the fire rate and the gun back, and I put them under manners. When they start, right? That's a 76. Because them burn, them use fire, you know, when you run out and shoot it to, you know. Them under 30 them and them naked down there. So me hear say them dagger, who forget dagger. Because in front of them are naked down that dagger, them said before them come out. Because them feel you know. Them feel tough. So then when them come out to come kill them, they have the mercy, they may kill baby. And then them go over there, so go mash it up. So same like how they mash up Jamaica. And you make them come in and them come up with them cocaine trade. And then mash up over there too. You see, go back to the 1400 in space and a time. Because them just mash up Jamaica. So them get a feel of the one medicine. Them get a feel.
Yeah, man.
People on the half of vote, all of them out. All 49 of them out. Don't make none of them win one seat. We don't need them back in a government. It's a multi-transnational criminal organization. And we, as members, Michael Manley, I socially say, put the X beside the head. We're not afraid to say that. All who afraid to say that, them are labor rights sympathizer and undercover labor right. Me say that.
So I put it up here, you know.
And you know,
put the X beside
I know one more thing we want to knock them with.
Read this now.
We want to knock up. All right. Voting for, time come, voting for the People's National Party, choosing Jamaica, we will.
Okay. So when the say choose Jamaica, a people national party vote for. Because they may not choose Jamaica, them choose them one packet. And them are criminal. See the van, him go ban Andrew, you know. Vote him out. See? We ban him. So when you forget one of this, you know, take off.
And you know for the on the ballot, man. Come on, man. It look bad. It look bad to the outside world. When a prime minister that is in controversy for the past 4 or 5 years, but him still allowed to run. That bad.
Yeah.
But
people,
I like when them continue this type of, what you call it now, Cinderella game where them a play, you know. Because them feel like them are some top class. You understand? You me like the game where them a play. Because it'll be them own demise. Because when you look through them party, you know. Hold on, my brother. When you look through them party, you know. Charles did it from Saltfish Shingle. You understand? Whole. Cougar. Whole. Like butter, you know.
They try to present the needy and the greedy.
Sorry,
so work with them.
Hold on.
I've been to constituency office.
Continue.
Yeah. Samuda, him did a long time. Hole on the grass, them went thief. You understand?
Yes.
Warmington, this piece of nasty shit, did it from slavery, before slavery abolished.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
We look for hardly saw. Him did it from them a dive up car out a wharf. You understand? Yeah, when we not fill up car when them drop off, when Tumba off got itch them. And them man a hole in brother in the politics in the Labour Right Party, you know.
Yes.
No fresh idea, no dead and be a criminal dead and they will continue the criminal protocol. Yes. These are some whole dead brain, some whole coal where burn out already where you can't light back all when you sun it. It can't light back all when you use curse now, them you cool, you can't light.
Yes.
Bush rat, them can't light back again, you know. Hey, Labour right. You know, see, so no new face are representing a beard old nasty dead criminal you have. We need to clean on the party one clean. Look for the People's National Party or the people and bright and fresh.
Better.
Bring new idea to politics.
Melted Pat. More you hear that little nasty one. You hear one a Queenie. People, this is my show so them know the party dog, you know. I have some people that try run with them with JLP because they might say a buy out, you know. Now work, you know. You hear that one of people. Eh? Them that follow agree that poll or not. You hear that man?
They try to present the needy and the greedy.
The needy and the greedy, brother. He must style him on labor rights, so them greedy, you know. Yeah. And the poor and needy, you know, brother. And he must say, them I try to present the needy and the greedy. Hear this?
You know, man. They try to present the needy and the greedy. So work with them. I've been to constituency of this country.
Hear this?
They complain about the member of parliament. And as St. Mary, in my constituency, they complain. In Andrew Holness, they complain.
Brother, Andrew Holness, see my embarrassing shooting on foot here. So if them did not go and goodbye and Pastor Wiki melting pot, the people that complain Byron?
No.
No,
sir. Can't satisfy every right. But if you don't like the MP, it's a feedback man.
Yeah, this Byron.
It's a feedback man. The issue is, you may not like the MP. Lord man, turn it down, it's a feedback in my ears. I can't ever go to whatever. Look, the issue is, stop complain. As I said at the constituencies, you may not like him, member of parliament.
You don't like him.
You don't want him. He may be an asshole. But maybe him better than Pnp asshole.
Nobody touch them thing there now. I want to keep it round there so to look at that yourself. You understand? Yeah. Then this could be a member of parliament, people.
The madman.
Not in the first world country.
Hey, it's a pit toilet that, you know.
Oh, you compare
It's a pit toilet that we look on.
Only in a banana.
This guy is a pit toilet.
Eh?
Warm is a pit toilet, my brother. And not even ashes can hold long for him smell. This guy has too stink everywhere him go. Him carry him nastiness with him. This is a pit toilet and not even ashes can hold long this piece of germs just smell.
But yeah, this not, yeah, this. This is not member of parliament. This was a minister in the people. A minister in Jamaica. Yeah.
As I said at the constituencies, you may not like him, member of parliament. You don't want him. No. Maybe an asshole. But maybe him better than Pnp asshole.
Yes.
So work with him. If you think you'll vote with that right, when the behind the screen, close your eyes. We're not using language just now. But using your eyes. And say, me a vote for Andrew Holness. That's right. Don't stay home. Vote for your party. There's a reason anywhere must stay home and vote for a candidate. You like a candidate? Vote for Andrew Holness, little party. Put the X beside the fucking bell.
It's a slave master mentality, this people.
Hey, hey, let me tell you something. I think him sing Andrew and the Labour Party again, you know. That's all the piece of toilet ya come out, come do, you know. When them send out a toilet ya, I think him sing Andrew and the Labour Party, him stink them up. This is a piece of garbage, and him forget charge for this behavior ya. In front of journalists them and your broadcast to the world. I remember these things are gone in a cyberspace, everybody can watch them. What type of message this piece of shithouse has sent to the outside world when it comes to our parliament here and them in Jamaica? This piece of garbage have to go behind bars. Them will lock him up.
Make a ask Byron.
Them will lock him up. And I joke business. Him to get locked up.
No, I'm so good. Nothing. Let me ask you now, Byron.
Yeah.
So this, so all them compare. Come here, so me compare the MP them with MP. Which one of the MP in a PNP ever you behave them kind of way? Remember? And so the one of them nasty. Remember Bigfoot nasty too, you know. The whole of them also them stay over there, so you know. So you compare and say all them say the both party the same thing. No. Me can't say that. Them for stop tell lie. You see JLP sympathizer them for go away, you know. Them for go away.
Yeah. Them are JLP.
Them are mash up the country too, man. Them are help mash up the country too.
Let me just say this real quick, Melting Pot. Listen. This despicable, the abominable, immoral guy where claims say my MP. What him do on that stage there show that the Prime Minister is a coward and him don't have no backbone and him don't have a spine in him for all him members of Parliament accountable. Him ride round and drive round with a column of JCF police, act like him as some big shot, but him is a coward because him cannot correct when a member of Parliament get unhinged and deranged and erratic.
Him no coward, no pastor.
No, hold on.
Him no coward.
Because guess what? If him did have any strength and if he was a strong, real strong man, he would have put disciplinary measurement on Warmington long time ago. But him is a coward. He must have strength to get to youth and poor people where mash up them style and kill off them.
Him can't touch Warmington. Him can't touch Warmington.
Let me tell you.
The Prime Minister. One last point for the lonesome.
Yes.
And then Broken Vase run out now. And you all a press conference about JPS, which was unnecessary because he might try to change the narrative from what Warmington.
He might eat that. But let me tell you something. Andrew deceitful here. Andrew, him set them for do this. Yeah. When want to tap on him tap on. So when him do, him want them go out and bully. Remember him just say, you know, how JP go out and challenge the PNP because that's him stay. Him study social science. So when him do this, him go on like him not go and about no coward. Him a evil like what Byron say 100%.
Yeah, man. Evil. Yeah, man. Him no coward, him coward fast.
All these things. The people will come down and him aiding and betting them. So him just ignore them and him tap to them, yeah man, you do this. And then him come out and go and polish it. Me know him style.
Hey, well I know my brother, Andrew a dirty man, you know.
Of course.
Anytime Andrew want stir up thing, you know, who him draw for? Big nasty pit latrine Queenie. Big stinking pit latrine Queenie. They not the type of Prime Minister a country have, man. Queenie can't come out and say this if the leader for the party was a strong person, you know. And because the leader corrupt.
Corrupt, man.
So just use Queenie and the whole of them all the while him do it.
Yeah.
Get them to do him dirty work because I'm corrupt and the whole of them have them one another secret. That is what is running Jamaica. Jamaica is in a state of fear. And that is nasty kleptocratic government. This regime government, this corrupt government, this garbage Prime Minister, which is not surplus to requirement, Andrew Holness, criminal, they're behind bars. He's not supposed to have campaign. The whole of them supposed to be behind bars because all of them dip them under the cookie jar. From male to female. All of them dip in the cookie jar. So me not have nothing good to say about none of them, you know, because me look. I me search long and hard and me can't find 2 half. If you make 1 out of the whole 49 of them. No. 2 half me I talk about, you know, people. All right.
Yeah, but
look on the settings. Look on the settings. When you see Big Mama, right, came out and he spoke on the despicable behavior of Warmington, right? And basically, Big Mama was saying it is a despicable behavior. So let me give Big Mama that. But look on the settings now, Jamaica. Warmington is the man who sits on the Integrity Commission Oversight
Yes.
Committee.
Yes.
But I can make it clear. I can make this.
Yes.
Now, a despicable person where the entire Jamaica knows that this man is despicable, have no sense of being ethical, right? Or have his moral compass properly gauged. This is the man that sits on the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee. No, not only that. You want to know the next person who also sits on the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee? The wife of the Prime Minister. The wife of the Prime Minister that is under surveillance as it relates to corruption. You want to know who else sits on the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee?
Sure.
Delroy Truck sits on the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee. So then Jamaica, what does that tell you? What does that tell us?
Ring of corruption. Ring of corruption.
Let me show you something. Andrew Holness, it speaks volume of Andrew Holness.
Yes.
That this man is corrupted to the core. Because look at the definition for integrity. Look at the definition for integrity. What does integrity mean? Right? And when you look at the persons who sits on the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee, and you know the viciousness of this all? The viciousness of this all is that these people who are criminals who sits on the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee, right? Look on, strong, solid people who put into a particular organization, right, to ensure that they carry out their task to protect the interests of Jamaican. They are now trying to malign these people. You understand? You understand? Now, when you look and see how Andrew Holness destroy the Integrity Commission, it is a crying shame, and then make further move to definitely remove the illicit enrichment from the Corruption Act.
Yes.
What this tell you, we shouldn't contemplate, you understand, whether or not that this government need to get 63-0. Don't to Tivoli Gardens, people vote them out.
Yeah, man.
True, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Remember, please play this fast. Remember, play this fast. Can't you have a while? Remember, play this fast. We're not done with him. At 2 times, so I don't know if I 1 time him apologize, and that can't be withdraw. Look on this.
Yeah, the people are talking to. Andrew was down. Where the fuck were you? Hey, fuck around. Andrew was down now. Give me that, who left.
No, you know, say it's not in that goddamn disgrace, you know. Then this step on committee by
hey,
what that piece of shit. Hey,
committee.
Oh, them vote for this.
Committee. Madness this.
Oh, them vote for this.
Madness this.
Look like something just.
He want to play.
Banana Republic.
Eh?
Banana Republic this.
Eh? And Banana Republic a campaign and
a rogue government. This is a rogue
share the mindset of the labor right them, you know. That them illiterate and fully done. Because if me have an MP like this, me wouldn't vote for him. Trust me.
You can't vote for.
Yes, the man throw shit for the Labour Party again. You know, you me tell you, man. The man show shit for the Labour Party because I live in Pit Kyle, Warmington. But the party has allowed itself to disintegrate under Andrew Holness. Because Andrew Holness has shit too, you know. You understand? Andrew Holness is a guy like this for try to steal limelight through corruption activity. Because him not have nothing else about him, you know. So he might have to align himself to garbage and toilet like Warmington and some more. I would say some little more like Nasty Delray shit truck I run out too. And them man the Andrew line himself with it. You understand? The whole heads them we are do criminality from under Siago time.
Yes.
Crabs just sit down there and work and collect fat salary. Because Crab now work as a minister of national security. Because he cannot travel. How can your minister of national security can leave your shore? The oil know we are going to the outside world as it relates to cyber technology and all these things. When it comes to fighting crime. You know, so the party need to sink, man. I will get another party, man. The JLP need to sink like Titanic. I will get our next opposition party. We can't take the more of them people here, man. Them get from everybody nerves now. Them get from every hard-working, patriotic Jamaican nerves. This garbage party has to go.
All right, hear this. Sir Mark Andrew on this band. We're going to play Sir Mark Golden. Because in Banya.
Nothing so hard. Come in, Mr. Hart. But I'm on Banya. I'm on Banya. We go America. No way, sir. Pataguaya. California. Sweet Jamaica. But when you stop and check out the facts,
what's this?
Is a holy thing Jamaica lack, but not patrol. When you run from a problem, it never solve. No man wants to get him back at all. We sit down and bad. Come in, Mr. Golden. I'm on Banya. I'm on Anya. I'm on Lydia. We go America. No way, sir. Pataguaya. The second California. Sweet Jamaica. Alright. 5 flights a day to Miami. Don't mean nothing to this man. As long as man give labor and his work is burning. There is not a man can move me from my life. All you Jamaicans gone abroad.
Nigel Clark.
When last you really check how you had. Remember Salfish with a full of ampere. Bonus split with a ice cold beer. Ain't no bad at all.
Get this now.
No way, sir. I know the dirty well told, yeah. And the same belly full, sir.
Belly full, and the belly full.
Jamaica.
And the belly full, and the Marky G said, Anjo. So Anjo, make sure, brother, I'm going to play the last thing before we even, Anjo, when the banya, belly full. Anjo belly full. Look here, Andrew say yes on our people. Mr. Valencia.
Top boil, yeah. Me belly full, yeah. Sweet Jamaica.
You're a fucking wicked man. And because of blood clot greed, you sit down there for blood clot 8 years and you full of blood clot crap.
Me pata boil, yeah. Me belly full, yeah.
Blood clot greed.
Why the Prime Minister got beat up? Hey, 2025, I pay Black Eye, man. Him get beat up bad by the social media.
Hey, Mark, you know, stop knock down Andrew with some. Hey, I'm musically Mark, you beat Andrew with, you know. Musically Mark, you beat Andrew.
Yeah, man,
I tell you. Yeah, man. Place hot. The place, hey, show bad tonight, may I tell you people.
About it. 1 a.m.
Start packing because you are going.